All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. It is noon. My name is Cindy Delancey, and I am the president of the Wyoming Business Alliance, as well as the Wyoming Heritage Foundation. I wanted to just take the opportunity to say welcome. Thank you all for coming. I know your time is incredibly valuable, and the response that we've had to this portion of our program has been overwhelming. And I just, again, really want to start by expressing my gratitude. I'm going to go through a couple items, particularly a couple housekeeping items, and then I'm going to turn the podium over to our host today. I couldn't ask for a better host, but we have been able to partner for the first time in the 39 years of the Wyoming Business / Governor's Business Forum's history to be able to partner with the University of Wyoming. And it's been a wonderful fit, and we're just having a great time. So with that, I want to say welcome to our Mental Wellness in the Workplace Symposium. In Wyoming, as we all know, our people are our most important assets. Mental health has a significant impact on workplace productivity and overall employee well-being. As many of you will recall, last year during the Governor's Business Forum over in Little America in Cheyenne, we had a discussion around a panel topic. We entitled it called "The Number One That No One Wants." The conversation was so well received. I'm sure many of you recall, but we not only went through our slated panel time, we went through our break, and then we went half into the next panel. There was such an overwhelming response of people that wanted to participate in the conversation. So we decided with our planning events committee at the Wyoming Business Alliance that we would devote and carve out a special half day of programming to be able to continue on that conversation and continue to build around the momentum there. So it's, I'm very excited. I think the discussions and speakers, I just am thrilled. The entire program I'm thrilled about, but this portion is especially a highlight for me. I hope that you've enjoyed your lunch. First, we really wanted to thank our sponsors who have made this possible for us. So several of these people are here today. And if you can help me when you do walk around and mingle and meet people, make sure to be, thanking the Hughes Foundation, Molly Hughes. Thank you so much for your support with this. The Wyoming Community Foundation, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and the Humanities Council. These are people and organizations who have stepped forward and really said, this conversation must continue. And so we wouldn't have been able to have a nice lunch for everyone, this beautiful facility, all the things that it takes to put a conference together without their help. So can you please help me in just saying thank you to our sponsors? Thank you so much. Samin, thank you. Love ya. Thank you. To everyone else out there, thank you so much. So, okay. Thanking them. So at this time, I know our president is probably mid-bite on his sandwich, but he might be kind enough to just come up here and join us for a couple of remarks of welcome. So thank you and welcome, President Seidel.
Thanks a lot, Cindy. Well, first of all, I'm Ed Seidel, the president of the university, and I'm in my third year here, which is unbelievable to me, having the way time flies, and I really love it here. My partner and I, Gabrielle, really love it here. And now that it's our home, I want to welcome you. If you're from out of town or haven't been to the campus in a while and you're from nearby, it's a signal to all of you that we are open for business, not just for our students, but particularly for our partners. And I'm really pleased that Cindy and the Wyoming Business Alliance are here, and I hope we can make a tradition of that. And so you'll see me a little bit tonight, perhaps, and also tomorrow morning I have some remarks, but that's one key message. I want you to know that we're very focused on helping to advance the Wyoming economy, as well as the usual things we do in terms of educating our students and carrying out research and so on. And we're interested in finding ways to partner more deeply with you, perhaps around student with experiential learning, student experience to work with companies, or to think about how we help businesses think about making decisions and so on. We have a lot of expertise on the campus here around things that you say, if I were to do this, what would be the impact? Well, we have people who can help understand and help you make better decisions. So there are a lot of ways we can partner. So we'll talk more about that. I did, since it is a a kind of a mental health hour here. I wanted to say a couple of things about that. We're very mindful of the mental health needs, not only on our campus, but as a state and a growing national issue. I grew up in a family of psychologists and psychiatrists. My uncle was a psychiatrist. My dad was a psychology professor. So I kind of wired to think about these things. I know particularly among our student population, we've had some troubles. Like many campuses, there was a suicide last year, and so we're very, very thoughtful about this, and it's a growing national issue. So we really are looking at this to see how we can better support our student body here in particular. But so I just want you to know we're also thinking a lot about this on the campus. So with that all said, I think I'll turn it back to Cindy and say welcome again, and hope to see you more either at lunch today or tonight or tomorrow or over the next couple of days.
Thank you, Mr. President. Those remarks are very meaningful. We know, and are just so grateful that we have someone at the helm of our university that cares so much for our students and our communities. So thank you so much for being here. And you will see President Seidel, for those of you that are continuing on with the rest of our program, because he must have like a rollaway cot in the back room or something, but he is here for the duration. And it's just exciting to have that commitment and his presence as we spend some time together for the next few days. Unfortunately, Governor Gordon could not be here today at this time. He will be here later this afternoon, but he has a member of his staff who is going to be here in his place. Jen Davis is going to be giving us a welcome on his behalf. He sends his deep regrets. He had every intention of being here. It just was not able to come together. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, the governor is a very, very busy man, and not that this is not super important, as you know it is, based upon his commitment and his work at the summit in Casper a couple of weeks ago. So Jen Davis serves as Senior Policy Advisor for Health and Human Services for Governor Gordon. Jen's work in the area of mental wellness is so inspiring. It's an honor to know you, Jen, and thank you for you and the governor's leadership on this incredibly important topic. I don't think we would have the opportunities today to be together as a group talking about such important topics if it wasn't for you and your long hours, hard work, unwavering commitment to the people and citizens of Wyoming. So at this time, if you could please join me on the stage, and we'll turn things over to Jen to just give a quick welcome on behalf of her boss.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. As you can tell, I am not the governor, and I am honored, though, to be here in his place today. As Cindy mentioned, he wasn't able to make it work in his schedule and sends his apologies for that, but he will be seeing all of you later this evening and tomorrow. So please know that, as Cindy mentioned, this is very important to him. Wants to thank all of you for being here and the dedication that you have to this topic, especially thinking about mental health within our business community. It has been a conversation that's probably been missing for a really long time. We often don't think about that connection, but the great work that Cindy's doing, and last year's meeting, Cindy and I had the opportunity to sit down and talk after last year's business forum and really kind of put our heads together about how we could be more meaningful in our approach to mental health and more comprehensive about thinking, how do we actually engage the business community? How do we talk about wellness? How do we get rid of some of that stigma that we still continue to have in our state and across the nation regarding mental health and the importance of it? So as Cindy also mentioned, last month we had the Governor's Mental Health Summit in Casper, where we really talked about looking at an agenda for the state of Wyoming and really having an overall vision that we can all aim for. There's lots of mental health efforts happening across the state, in our business community, in our medical community, in our philanthropic communities. There's lots of work happening, which is wonderful. But think of the power that we can harness if we get all of that momentum moving in one direction to really move the needle. And that was really the point of the summit, was to have some conversation with different branches of government. We're really focused on working with the judicial branch as well as the legislative branch. And then also talking with our private partners and communities, our nonprofits, the philanthropic community who you saw from Cindy's welcome, the Hughes Foundation and the Wyoming Community Foundation are really dedicated to this mission and really helping us all accomplish it collectively. The governor really does believe in collaborative, collective efforts to really get things accomplished and making sure that we are all partnering in an intentional way. So one of the things that we also hope to accomplish with the Mental Health Summit, and I think you'll continue to hear more about today, is how we all kind of come together around a common language. It's really hard for us to move the needle in a particular area if we aren't speaking the same language about what we're trying to accomplish. So a lot of our talk at the summit was around early adversity, around trauma-informed practices, around early brain development. The science is growing exponentially all the time, especially around the early developing brain and the impacts that we have just from our everyday experiences, whether those are positive or whether those are negative. We really need to be able to figure out what that looks like, and then how we build programming around the science that we know, and how do we do that in an intentional way. So I just am so glad that you all are here to have this discussion about how business can be involved in this conversation, how we all can work together, how we support the employees that really make this great state work. And so I just want to say a huge thank you for letting me be here on the governor's behalf. And I look forward to learning a lot the rest of today. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that, Jen. Yes, this is just remarkable. And I'm going to tell you a little secret. I'm going to wrap myself out here. But when we were working on putting this portion of our program together, it was our hope to maybe have 50 to 75 people join us. We know it's an enormous amount of time away from your businesses and your office to come for the full, basically 3 days here in Laramie. We were stunned. We were overwhelmed. We couldn't even believe it when we saw that we had 255 plus people with the phone ringing all morning this morning, still wanting to come today. So this is obviously what people want to be talking about. And I'm just so happy to know that it feels like this is sure a common thread. You know, in Wyoming, we're used to working friend to friend, neighbor to neighbor. We care about each other. We matter to each other. We rely on each other. And if we can figure out a way to help each other be at our best and help each other in times when maybe we're not okay, this is where I'm hoping that we can, as a business community, come together to continue to work with our colleagues in the mental health realm to really move that needle like Jen was talking about. So we've got the education piece, we got the judicial piece, we've got the executive branch, we've got legislators in the room, we've got our Secretary of State here with us. You know, like it just feels like the time is really right to continue on with these conversations. The other little housekeeping piece I want to give for some of the lawyers in the room, that if you're here with us the entire time and you're signed up for the program, you'll be able to get 11.25 hours of CLE. So at this time of year, I know being a lawyer myself, you know, that's always pretty darn helpful this time of year. So, okay, on to this, one of the stars of the show here. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker has traveled all the way from North Carolina to be here with us today. I'm sure he's very chilly. I know he brought his parka and his ski cap, but Brad Marshall has worked with athletes, military personnel, corporate employees in the areas of mental resilience, stress, mindfulness, and optimal performance. So please help me give a warm Wyoming welcome to Mr. Brad Marshall.
I actually asked if I was just going to be able to walk around because I like to move a little bit as I'm working with groups, but thank you so much for the warm welcome. Little chilly here, but my original hometown is Milwaukee, Wisconsin, so used to some cold, windy days. Incredibly grateful to be here with everyone. When I think about what led to this opportunity to collaborate, brainstorm, work together over the afternoon, two things come to mind. The first one is passion. I think all of us have a passion for something in our lives that we get to do. Maybe it's the career field we chose, the business we're in, family, friends, whatever that might be. For me, passion is this idea of thriving. Like Cindy mentioned, I'm fortunate enough to work with folks when it comes to mental resilience, mindfulness, optimal performance, all cater towards how do we help people thrive? The idea that being happy, satisfied, fulfilled is not meant for just select few, but is actually available to everybody. So over the last decade of experiences, education, diving into mental performance, diving into nutrition and movement, diving into mindfulness, all of these things play a factor in our mental health and well-being. And I'm excited to hear a little bit more about your passions and how we can collaborate to bring about the best possible environment for those that we work with. The second thing that I'm really passionate about is people. When I think about helping people to find out what can drive them to be their best, what's going to allow them to really feel that fulfilled and satisfied life, that's what's led me to have an opportunity to work with Jackson Hole earlier this year, work with folks all over the place. And that's why I'm really excited to work with all of you this afternoon. If you'll notice on your tabletop, there are a few handouts that's going to serve as sort of a guide, because what you'll find as we work together, it's going to be a little bit more conversational in nature. The idea for this session was built on the science of hope. And when Cindy and the team came to me and said, hey, we really want you to come and work with the folks on this idea of hope. It's a pretty broad, big topic, challenging one, but my thought process with it is we're going to break it down into a couple palatable mental skills that we can use to drive the rest of our conversations for this afternoon and into the future. So feel free to use that handout to capture some notes, capture some ideas, talk with people at your tabletop as we work through this idea of the science of hope. How do we help people with their mental health, their mental well-being, as we navigate the challenging waters that we're currently living in? And so with that being said, I've got a little statement for you at the top of the sheets for some initial thoughts. This one's going to challenge you a little bit. So what I want you to do is, on a individual personal level, think about this statement. Mental health and well-being is an individual issue that needs to be solved personally. So bust out your writing utensils, put a couple notes down there, maybe a bullet point or two. What do you think of that statement? Agree, disagree, feel strongly one way or the other? Is mental health and well-being, is it a personal issue? Is it something that should only be dealt with individually? So give you a moment or two, reflect on that, put a few notes down for that top box, and then we're going to chat about it. And if you've had a moment to reflect and put a few notes down, what I want you to do is turn to the person next to you, share your initial thoughts. Agree, disagree, just chat real quickly, a minute or two with the person next to you. All right, we'll start to bring the attention back to the middle of the room here, but I would love if somebody would like to give us a little maybe synopsis or a little overview. What were some of the conversations like at your table around this idea that mental health, well-being, personal issue, something that should be handled individually? Anyone want to share a few insights from the tabletop discussions?
I'm going to volunteer this wonderful gentleman to share his comments because they were excellent.
Yeah, she puts me on the spot. In some aspects, it is a very personal issue. But at the same time, people need support from family, community, and work. As we were talking, sometimes at work, you notice somebody isn't all there. Their mind's not here. And I know at jobs, we tell people, go ahead, take the day, go home. You're still going to get paid, but you need to, get your mind back in there. And it's really tough because mental health is a very personal thing. And so you have to be careful. You can't delve into their personal issue too much. You have to be able to walk that line of recognizing that something's wrong and be there to give them the support that they're going to need. But at the same time, you can't get too personal with them because sometimes it's not something they can talk about or they want to talk about, or you're not the right person. So just to be able to recognize it. And like I say, if somebody, as I was mentioning to her, I had a coworker whose wife died and he took the time off for work that was allotted to him and even a couple more weeks. But when he came back, he still wasn't in the right mind frame to be there. And so we told him, said, go home, take a couple more weeks. Don't worry about it. You're going to get paid for it. But it was able to give him that time to deal with that major disruption in his life. And when he was able to come back, then he was doing a lot better. His mind was where it needed to be. And so that's the tough thing is you got to be able to recognize that something's going on. And sometimes they're not going to talk about it, but you have to be able to give them the support that they're going to need.
Yeah, absolutely. Love that perspective. I think we all can resonate with that when you're in it, it feels very lonely, personal. Nobody else really understands what I'm going through or what I'm dealing with. And so we can recognize that, hey, I see what's going on. And yes, it's maybe a personal thing that you're working through, but there's a support team and I can find the resources. And I think that's what this afternoon's all about is figuring out, hey, how do we learn together, collaborate, find those resources to really be helpful to people when they need it, if it feels really, really personal and individual to them. So keep that in the back of your mind as we work through the rest of today. As we think about this session, this idea of the science of hope, I thought it was unique to just dive a little bit into the Google search of why do we even want to have this conversation today? Why even talk about this topic, spend 4 or 5+ hours diving into it? And a simple Google search brought up the 2022 State of Mental Health in America from the Mental Health of America Institute. And it was kind of interesting to find some rankings on there. So they take all of these different data, all this different information, mental illnesses, substance abuse, opportunities for people to get help, opportunities for people to use their insurance to get the responses they need, and they rank every single state in all of these different categories. And I went through and did a little digging to figure out where Wyoming ranked according to them in 2022. So the first one was just this idea of overall mental health rankings. So that just threw everything into the pot and see what comes out. Anyone want to guess out of 51 states or territories where Wyoming ranked? Yeah, we're very close there. I had 48 out of 51, which also then probably leads you to see some trends here. If you look at just the adult mental health ranking, any idea where Wyoming sits for that one? It was 50th. Yeah, 50th. And then for youth mental health, you start thinking about how do we support and take care of folks who are learning coping skills, mental skills, those things. Where does it rank with youth? Anyone have any guesses? A little bit better there, 43. So I hear a few rumblings, and I had the same sort of response as I was looking through it. And I looked for, North Carolina and Wisconsin, all these other places that I've called home over the years. And it's really interesting to then start to think about, this is a very relevant, immediate need and topic that we can discuss. And with that premise, then I started to think about, okay, science of hope. If the statistics aren't where we'd like them to be, we're probably not going to turn it around and be in the top 10 next year. But we can start to think about what is the small incremental progress that we can make to start seeing if we can trend in a better direction. So I started to think about science of hope. Let's break it down. Two main things I want us to focus on for today. The first is curiosity. So you'll see there in the middle of the page, it says hope equals curiosity. And the second one we're going to focus on today is this idea of optimism. These are two mental skills, things that we can actually develop and train in people to help them to be a little bit more open-minded, be a little bit more curious, be a little bit more creative in how we go about solving some of these problems and some of these issues. And as I was driving into town with my wife, very serendipitous, there was a sign, a billboard on the side of the road, and it said, "Fear is contagious." I was like, yeah, that makes sense. If somebody's scared, usually you can feel that too. And then right underneath it, it said, "So is hope." And I was like, wow, if that wasn't a sign that like this is the topic for today, there it is. But this idea that, hey, if we all find a way to work together collaboratively, then that can be contagious as well, just like some of those statistics and the fear that surrounds them. So let's dive into curiosity. And there's a lot of different types of curiosity. I get a chance to do some mindfulness training, sort of one of those core tenets of mindfulness, of being present, of, hey, I'm open to whatever I'm experiencing in that specific situation. Well, today we're going to look at this idea of empathic curiosity. The notion that we're very interested to learning more about people, how people operate, how they tick, how we can use that to better help and support those that we're working with. And so when we start to think about curiosity, one of the things that's really interesting is it usually takes an unpleasant situation or a really challenging moment to drive some curiosity. You might be asking yourself, well, why? Why do we want to be in unpleasant situations to get curious? Well, a lot of times curiosity comes from this desire to want to know something. And if I don't know it, that means I'm either failing at it or I'm not doing well at it or something's not going the way it should. So I want to figure out, how do I solve this? How do I overcome those challenges? And I think we're all finding that it's kind of an unpleasant topic to talk about at times. Mental health and well-being, touchy subject, a lot of stigma around it over the years. And so what I'm curious is, what are some of the ways in which we can approach this empathic curiosity, this topic of mental health and well-being, because of the unpleasant nature of it? So what I want you to do is, at your tabletop level, have a quick conversation, a minute or two here, and think about, how is having an unpleasant conversation about mental health and well-being going to drive a little bit of curiosity, maybe help not only yourself, but maybe some of the folks that you get a chance to work with, or maybe some of the family members at home. So talk in your groups real quick, talk about empathic curiosity. How does unpleasant conversations actually lead us to experiencing some growth? So go ahead and talk about it. I'll be curious to hear how it goes. All right, we'll start to bring that attention back. And as we're drawing our attention back here, I'd love to hear from a table or two. What were some of the conversations? How does having unpleasant conversations, how does approaching a topic that maybe is not the most exciting when we think about how we can work with folks, how does that build a little curiosity? Or what did you chat about at your tabletop level here? Always have to talk here.
Hi, everybody. I'm Deborah. I'm with the Alzheimer's Association. And so when we're thinking about this, we're thinking about probably the care partner, a caregiver, and a family system that's supporting a person in this journey. Really stressful, really hard. And there's this sometimes underlying sort of sense of, we call them nihilistic attitudes. There's nothing I can do. So I just put my head down and I do what I need to do, but I don't ask for help. So I always ask and encourage folks to, we could have a care consult with the whole family. That'd be something I'd love to do, but also to make a list of 5 things you really need. And then try to, the next time somebody says, hey, how can I help? You have a list of 5 things. So that's a really simple way to start asking. Usually when people are going to call my office, it's an acute moment, but I'd love for them to call me when they first find out, right? And then we can support them. So I would say when you have hard conversations with somebody, it may open a pathway for them to access resources and support that they don't even know exists. And it's an abundance in our communities. But if you don't know it exists, it doesn't exist. So I think hard conversations create opportunities for support.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. And I 100% agree that having tough conversations, asking questions, getting people to at least just talk about the topic, the situation, starts to build a little bit of that empathy, build a little bit of that trust. So when the situation gets tough enough, hey, I've got somebody who I can go to. So not shying away from those challenging or those unpleasant conversations, but actually turning towards them. This idea of turning towards those moments that maybe are a little bit unsettling because there's a lot of growth that we can have in those. So with this idea of empathic curiosity, how can we help to build that in the workplaces? All of you are in different roles, have different responsibilities, oversee different types of people. So I came up with 3 ideas for ways we might be able to increase curiosity in the workplace. And the first one is pretty simple, but you got to model it. If you want people to be a little bit more curious, ask more questions, be a little bit more open to some of these conversations, then you have to model it and show that yourself. There's this concept of judgment sort of closes the door, curiosity opens it. And I think that's really powerful when I think about when somebody approaches you with a challenge or a situation, if our first inclination is to judge or shut it down, that really shows and demonstrates, hey, this isn't something we chat about here. This isn't something that we really talk about or cover, versus approaching it with some curiosity, openness, creativity. Tell me a little bit more about that. Getting a little bit more insight into whatever that challenge or that situation is. So modeling it. If you model it, most likely the folks who are underneath you will model it as well. The second one I had here is this idea of emphasizing it. When people actually show up or ask good questions, bring some of their challenges that you want to help them with, praise that. Reward that, show them that, hey, this is something that's really meaningful. We appreciate you coming to us with this. And if we praise it, we're going to ingrain some of those behaviors, some of those actions that they're going to know, hey, I want to keep doing that. So we want to model it. We want to emphasize it. And then the third one that I came across was this idea of we want to provide opportunities for it. We know that when situations are challenging, moments are tough, people sometimes don't really like to come out and say or talk about what they're experiencing. But if we provide some opportunities, whether it's, open door, open office hours, moments during meetings, moments during some of your team calls, hey, just want to let you know this is an opportunity. This is a chance for you to chat about or discuss or bring up what's on your mind. I want to know. I want to be supportive. I want to point you in the right direction. So we model it, we emphasize it, we provide some opportunities for it. And through that curiosity of, hey, let's all figure out how we can solve this problem together. Most likely, you're going to have more people on board with having those conversations, being open to it. Now, this afternoon is going to be filled with panelists and experts and folks bringing a variety of resources and tools to your at your fingertips. So what I'd like you to do is think about for yourself, is there something that you came to this symposium wanting to walk away with? What were you curious about learning about, bringing it back to your teams, or trying to take with you as you think about this topic of mental health and well-being? So that's your job at the bottom of the page is, what are you curious about learning today? I want to set the scene, give you that opportunity to figure out what is it I want to walk away with from this symposium? So take a moment, reflect, think about for yourself, what are you curious about learning or diving into? Hopefully by the time we're all done, you're going to get some of those questions answered, or now you've got something that you're looking to find over the next couple hours together. And if you've identified something, share it with the person next to you. Maybe see if they have a similar interest, a similar curiosity, or maybe they've got something that can point you in the right direction. So think about, what do you want to take away from this afternoon? Just chat about it and bring it up in conversation with the person next to you. All right, we'll start to bring an end to some of those conversations, those questions that you might have. And so my encouragement to all of you is, over the course of today, to get those questions answered, those curious observations you've had from seeing what things are like in your workplace, trying to figure out ways we can improve or enhance, really trying to dial in, hey, how can I build curiosity? And then the next thing that we're gonna focus on and highlight when we think about the science of hope is if we're going to be open, if we're going to be curious, ask good questions, put ourselves in a frame of mind to learn and grow, the second piece is this idea of optimism. And this is actually one of my favorite things to talk about with folks, because I think there's some misconceptions around what optimism is. Is it a mental trait? Is it a personality characteristic? What actually is it? And what's pretty fascinating about optimism is the research over the last number of years is becoming more and more clear that optimism is actually a skill, and it actually can be trained and developed. It's not just something you're born with or that you have or you don't have. I think a lot of people have this idea that optimism is this idea of, hey, the glass is either half full or it's half empty, and that's it. And then you've got the realist who just says, hey, the glass is what it is. And you kind of get to go in one of those camps, and that's pretty much it. But what they're really finding is that you can train people to build a more optimistic thinking style. And then the research that's pointing to the health, wellness, and longevity benefits from that is pretty fascinating. So I got a quote here from Winston Churchill, which I think sort of sets the scene here. And it says, the pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity. The optimist sees opportunity in every difficulty. Over the years, the groups that I've had a chance to work with, I think we all have, favorite sports teams, favorite people that we look up to, or people that we really admire for their ability to handle challenge, handle chaotic situations, handle moments that seem to be pressure-filled or pretty big. It's one of the reasons why I dove into the field of sports psychology, of figuring out, hey, how do we help people thrive when moments are really big and really tough? And over the years, whether it's athletes, military personnel, corporate executives, the trend is people who tend to find success, people who tend to be able to thrive, they tend to have a more optimistic thinking style. That doesn't mean they're totally neglecting the challenge before them, but they have such a strong belief in their skills, their capacities to handle whatever's thrown at them, that it allows them to overcome whatever moment they're in, which is pretty cool. And so I gave you a definition that I like to use when I think about this idea of optimism. It's not that the glass is half full. It's not that life is going to turn out perfect, but it's really knowing that whatever situation you're in, you've got the capacity to make a positive impact. Even when things are really, really tough, it looks like the cards are stacked against you. It's figuring out, what can I do to just move the needle just a little bit? Maybe it's 1% better today. You hear a lot of people talk about this idea of focusing on the process. And I think that's what optimistic thinkers do really, really well. Hey, whatever the situation is, might not be a great outcome, but what are the things I can influence to move the needle? And so when we start to think about some of the benefits here, people are like, why might I want an optimistic thinking style? Why might I want to build the skill of optimism, not only in myself, but in my workforce, in my family, or wherever else that is? Some of the health benefits that are kind of fascinating that they've been doing over the last few years highlight a few of the things, not only just physically, but also successfully when it comes to work, relationships, etc. So a couple of things that I found that I thought were pretty fascinating. When we start to look at the health benefits, people who have optimistic thinking styles, their longevity or their life expectancy grows. And you're probably wondering, well, how did they measure that? Well, they followed people around for a really, really long time and continue to measure their thinking style preferences over time. And what they found was optimistic thinking style people tend to live longer than folks who have a little bit more of a pessimistic thinking style. So then they dove underneath that and they tried to figure out, why might that be? And here's a couple other stats here that are pretty fascinating when it comes to our health. When we start to think about our ability to handle stress, cortisol levels, people who have optimistic thinking styles tend to handle stress better, and they're able to mitigate some of the cortisol release that we experience in stressful situations. Makes sense. If I believe I've got the skills and capacities to handle the stress that's coming my way, I'm probably able to mitigate my physiological response to it. So your stress response is going to be better when you have a more optimistic thinking style, which then leads to heart disease. They found people with optimistic thinking styles not only have a lower chance of heart disease or heart problems, they also recover faster when they do have an injury or any type of medical problems. So optimistic thinkers tend to recover a little bit better from injury, illness, etc. And then when they started to look at, okay, well, what are some of the other social factors around optimistic thinkers? We probably can all raise our hands that if we're hanging out in a social situation, we tend to like to be around people who are maybe a little bit more optimistic in their thinking. If you're around people who tend to find the challenges and the problems and complain a lot, they're usually not as enjoyable to be around as optimistic thinkers. So optimistic thinkers tend to have better relationships socially, which lends to having better life expectancy as well. So all of these different things are really big and influential in helping us understand, okay, if optimism is something that's a mental skill, it's trainable, there's some good health benefits from it, social benefits, how do we actually build it? And that's where we turn to the idea of gratitude. Working through this process of identifying, here are things that are going pretty well. And the reason why gratitude is a strong way to train or build optimism is because our brains actually have a wiring that is set up to notice, remember, and pay attention to the negative things that are going on around us. If you've ever wondered why the news typically has stories that are a little bit more negative in nature, it's because our brains really are drawn to that. It's really a survival mechanism. Our brains are always on high alert, scanning the environment, looking for threats, looking for things that are going to maybe take us out or challenge us. And in doing so, we're just constantly on alert. And when we come across things that are negative or controversial or maybe don't sit well with us, our brains sort of thrive on that. They grab it, they hold on to it, and that's the stuff we remember. Well, the problem with that is we're not really building in as much opportunities for gratitude, optimism, seeing things for maybe what they are or our abilities to overcome them. So gratitude can be a really cool tool we can use to train ourselves to notice what's going on in the world that maybe we're missing because we're just paying attention to so much of the negative stuff. So if we look at gratitude, there's really two pieces to it to make it the most effective practice possible. The first is the simple affirmation of what's going on. That's good. That's pretty simple. Hey, what are the good things that are going on? And it doesn't have to be anything that's world changing or this massive good thing in your life. It can be as simple as, what's the weather like outside? The cup of coffee you had in the morning, the ability to just enjoy certain clothing items or whatever. Oh, it's my favorite pair of shoes that I get to wear. Whatever that is, it doesn't matter necessarily how big it is, just we're noticing it. So then we look at the second piece. And this is actually what's almost more important than the affirmation. It's the acknowledgement of where it's coming from. And usually that means it's outside of yourself. Because I can notice, oh yeah, it's sunny out today, great. And I'm still moving on with my day, and I still am getting stressed and frustrated and upset. But if I tack on and add on, hey, where's this coming from? Why is this a good thing? What does this mean to me? Now we're actually spending some time thinking about it, processing it in such a way that now our brains are starting to latch onto it. It becomes more of a pattern, more of a thinking style, more of a process than just a quick, oh, that's a cool thing, and you move on with your day. So when we start to look at a gratitude practice, it can take a lot of ways, shapes, and forms. Today, we're going to focus on an opportunity to just write some things down. And the process that we're going to use for that is we're going to give you an opportunity to identify 3 good things that are happening, ideally within the last 24, 48 hours. So that's part 1, just identify what's the good thing. Part 2 is now where we actually get to think about it, process it, spend a little bit of time with it so we can get it ingrained into our brains. So you can notice there on the bottom of the page, you've got an opportunity for 3 spaces to identify something that's good, but then you've got the why. This is where you're going to attach, where's it coming from? Why do I think this is a good thing? What does this mean to me? What's the impact that this one good thing is making in my life? And that's really where we get the most bang for our buck. So I want to give you some time, write down those 3 good things that have happened within the last 24, 48 hours, and then go ahead and identify why are those things good. So give you some time to work on that, and then we'll chat about it. And once you've written down those three things and identified the why, it's really cool to share that with other people, helps to actually build in some of the gratitude experience you're having. So share at least one of those good things and the why behind it with the person next door. All right, we'll go about another 30 seconds here, sharing some of those good things, another 30 seconds. All right, we'll start to bring our attention back. So I think just about everybody had an opportunity to share at least one good thing, as well as that underlying why behind it. What I'd like to do is let's get one response. Just what was that experience like? What'd you notice? What'd you observe just from sharing the good thing? One person, observation and experience just from sharing with somebody else. One good thing that's going on. You don't have to tell us what it is. Just tell us what it was like to share. What was the experience like?
It made me happy. Yeah, to share gratitude.
Yeah, in its simplest form, right? A little bit of joy sparking there, which is always a good thing. And it's amazing how even just kind of looking around the room, you could hear in the tone, the tempo of some of the conversations, the smiles on the faces. You know, there's some laughter going on. There's a little bit of playfulness there. What's really cool about it is, like I said, optimism is a skill we can train. It's something we can actually build and enhance. Gratitude is one tool we can use to get there amongst others. And this is a very simple tool you can use. And even as a workforce, just figuring out, hey, what are some of the wins that are going on this week? What are some of those things that are good, that are positives? And then reflecting on, hey, what's the why underneath that? And the more that you can start to infuse those things into the day-to-day, you can start to build some optimistic thinking within your employees and within the workforce. So when I started the talk, I mentioned that this idea of passion in people is something that draws all of us together. It's really what drives me, this passion that I have for helping people to thrive. I think a lot of people in this room share that same passion of trying to figure out and identify how can we help our people be better? How can we help our businesses, our families, everyone else get just that much better? And I know that the statistics maybe seem a little daunting or overwhelming. My hope is that through this idea of curiosity, bringing some questions, bringing some creative thinking, some problem solving, working at this as a group, as well as bringing in a little bit of optimism. Hey, we can make a little bit of a difference as we think about what the path forward looks like. Maybe we can start to build some of that science of hope. So with passion and the people you've got, some curiosity, some optimism, we can identify and work towards a hopeful future. And I'm excited to hear what the rest of our speakers and our panelists have as we can figure out what are some of those methods. So I want to say thank you all for letting me come in here and talk a little bit about the science of hope. Wanted to provide a few minutes here for questions. So they said about 5 minutes or so. If anybody has any questions about any of the content we've covered so far or anything else, I'll be happy to answer that. I will have a chance to come back in a little bit later this afternoon, and we're going to talk about resilience and some specific skills and things we can do to build resilience. But I want to just provide an opportunity. If there's any questions, comments, concerns, I'll be happy to answer and respond to those before we transition to our next great speaker. So I'll open it up.
I have a question. So I think it's really interesting, the stuff you're talking about in terms of optimism and encouraging gratitude. I am wondering if you have any tips on getting people in the workplace, especially maybe some workers that have been in the workforce longer, to potentially buy into these ideas and be willing to maybe engage in an experiment of this sort of practice.
Yeah, so one of the ways I get a chance to work with CVS Health as part of my day job and working with the workforce there. And one of the things we do is the different managers have different styles for it. So they might not call it gratitude. Some call it like wins and challenges. Some call it, you know, good things from today or good things from the week. So how they open their meetings is to start to identify, hey, what are some of the wins you experienced this week? What are some of the successes? And they frame it in that context. So it starts to get their attention focused on, oh, here's some of the good things. Maybe they keep it business related. And then sometimes they open up for some personal stuff. Hey, tell us what's going on in your life over the last weekend. Oh, like got to go to my kids' baseball game. Oh, I got to go experience something over the weekend. And you can then, as a manager or as a leader, build on that. Oh, tell me a little bit more about that. Why was that such a good thing for you? What was so cool about that? And now you're sort of working it into meetings or conversations, your one-on-ones with people to sort of sneakily work it in there. Good question. All right. Well, I will be around for the rest of the afternoon too. If anybody has any other questions, comments, concerns, thank you all so much. I'm going to actually turn it back over for our next speaker. So thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you very, very much. And I am very grateful that you are here with us today to share with us your comments related to the science of hope. I don't ever think we can have enough hope. And maybe I'm just one of those people that fall in that optimistic category. Like I always try to see the good in a situation, no matter how challenging it is. And we've certainly been through some challenging days in Wyoming, especially as a business community. And we're so incredibly grateful in the Business Alliance to have, you know, our governor's leadership, our legislators' leadership to lead us through some of those challenges. So Next on our program, I am extremely excited. I've been working on this for a very, very long time. To have Shelby McCamey Terrell join the program is just unbelievable for us. What a treat. She too has traveled from very far away. She came all the way from Texas to be here today. I'm glad she was able to make it. Shelby has received national attention for her work related to suicide awareness in the rodeo community. And it's such an honor to have her here with us today. She's the founder of the 501c3 nonprofit Yellow Felt Soul. And her focus of her foundation is really trying to be an outlet for improvements related to suicide awareness and managing depression in the cowboy community. So, hey, that's an easy nut to crack there, right? So Shelby just jumps right in. So anyway, so I'm really excited to hear her comments. I hope you will too. So please help me welcome Shelby.
Hi, everyone. As Cindy said, I am Shelby McCamey Terrell. I am the founder of the 501c3 nonprofit foundation, Yellow Felt Soul. Yellow Felt Soul is a foundation for depression and suicide awareness within the rodeo and Western way of life. For those who don't know, yellow in the rodeo industry signifies bad luck. You're gonna hit a barrel, you're gonna miss your steer, your calf, you're not gonna make 8 seconds in the rough stock, etc. Well, when you're depressed, it's not just feeling like the odds are against you inside the rodeo arena. You feel it 24/7, the world and everyone in it. I not only wear this yellow felt cowboy hat to defy the odds of any superstition, but also because it's one of the colors for suicide awareness. This is the mission statement for Yellow Felt Soul. My mission is to inspire those affected by depression and suicide that they may have a life and a purpose by being a living example. So this is my drive behind Yellow Felt Soul. It started over 20 years ago when I lost that man, my best friend, my hero, my horse whisperer, my dad. He lost his battle with depression and took his own life. Later in my life, I started experiencing my own battles with anxiety, depression, guilt, and shame, which all led to my own attempts. So I created Yellow Felt Soul as an outlet for people to grieve, grow in knowledge, find peace, and also know that they're not alone in their own battles. When my dad ended his life, I was told, don't tell anyone. I don't fully understand why, or I didn't understand why. I also didn't understand why everyone was ashamed for what he had done. But I remember just thinking, hey, my dad just died. What's the big deal? Later in life, I discovered the why, the stigma and outlook from the world. So every 40 seconds, someone dies of suicide. Depression is real, anxiety is real, suicide is real, mental health battles are real, and the stigma that it's just a cry for attention has to stop. You wouldn't tell a diabetic to just stop eating sugar, would you? No, you wouldn't. So don't tell someone to just get happy. It doesn't work that way. Ask, listen, and encourage them to seek help. And these are some of the things that I have on here. Sorry, I didn't write them down here. Assume you're the only one who will reach out. Let them know life matters to you. One conversation could literally save their life. I know that I have had multiple people reach out through my website, through social media, just simply wanting someone to listen. That's all it takes sometimes for them not to take that next step to in their own life. Just having an opening, non-judgmental ear. And that goes to the second one. Listen to their story and let them know that you care. Ask directly about suicide, calmly and without judgment. Show understanding and take their concerns seriously. And the third is encourage them to seek help. And there's more than one ways to seek help. Here are some statistics I want to share to you or share with you so you can gain some knowledge. So does anyone know the #1 state that has, oh, my short self just saw this, I apologize. Does anybody know what US state has the highest suicide rate for both men and women? Wyoming. Wyoming is the highest with 29.8 per 100,000 people. Not only is it the highest for suicide rates, but it's also the largest average size of farms and ranches in the entire United States. This is one of the reasons the two and two tie in together. Farmers and ranchers face elevated rates of suicide compared with the general public. These stressors may result in suicidal thoughts or attempts. The stigma that exists around mental health may be even stronger in farming and ranching communities. Farming and ranching culture often enforces social norms that may make people less likely to reach out for social support from friends and family. The suicide rate is nearly twice as many in rural areas compared to people who live in the urban areas. Men's rate in rural areas is 30.6 versus women whose rate is 7.3. And again, a lot of it has to do with the things that we endure, the things that we see, and just the hardships of living the farming and ranching life. So we're not always going to know the biggest question, why? Why would someone want to end their own life? I'll never know for my dad. And for the longest, I had the hardest time swallowing that I will never know that answer. But but I can tell you my own reasons from my past whenever I attempted. It started from my dad, honestly. I told myself if I wasn't good enough for my dad to choose life, to choose me, what made me think I would ever be good enough for someone else? I started that negative belief system when I was only 6 years old. Fast forward 9 years when I made my first attempt. I was in such a low place, feeling broken, and I was too much of a burden to the world to continue. I didn't have the weight of finances, caring for a family, running a business, or most of the worldly tasks on my shoulders, but the weight I did have seemed unbearable anymore. I wanted to do my family, friends, and world a favor. I'm so grateful I didn't, because I wouldn't have ever met my husband, started my dream equine breeding program, started Yellow Felt Soul, traveled the world, become a professional barrel racer, or even be here speaking with y'all. And here are some of the risk factors for suicide: alcohol and other substance use disorders, hopelessness, history of trauma or abuse, major physical illness, previous suicide attempts, job or financial loss, easy access to lethal means, lack of social support and sense of isolation, stigma associated with asking for help, lack of health care, especially mental and substance abuse treatments. And that's another thing. A lot of the farmers and ranchers, rodeo cowboys don't have health insurance. And so a lot of the times that takes a toll on us. I know for me, I let my pride get in the way for the longest, and I wouldn't go see a counselor because of the fact that I couldn't afford it, because that was taking money away from my horses and away from rodeo and life in general, and so forth. And so that is one of the main things. Cultural and religious beliefs, such as the belief that suicide is a noble resolution of a personal dilemma, exposure to others who have died by suicide in real life or the media/internet. here's a couple other things that kind of threw me off, and I didn't realize that suicide is the 12th leading cause of death. More than 30,000 Americans lose their battle to suicide yearly, and hundreds of thousands more attempt but fail. More than 1/3 of US high school students reported feeling sad or hopeless, and nearly 1/5 seriously considered suicide in the 12 months before the survey. Adolescents attempt suicide more than any other age group. One of my goals with Yellow Felt Soul is to normalize depression, anxiety, and yes, even suicide, because if it's normalized, maybe, just maybe, society will understand or be more accepting of people seeking help, whether it be in a form of a licensed therapist or a prescription. Nothing about getting help is wrong. I wish someone had told that to my dad. Here's a little chart that can help you, because to some people who are fighting mental health battles, words and how we say them can mean so much. I'm not sure if y'all can read those. They may be a little small. But do say non-fatal or made an attempt on his or her life instead of saying unsuccessful suicide. The why is to avoid presenting suicide as a desired outcome or glamoring a suicide attempt. Took their own life, died by suicide, or ended their own life instead of a successful suicide, to avoid presenting suicide as a deserved outcome. Do say died by suicide or his or her own life instead of committed suicide, to avoid association between suicide and crime or sin that may alienate some people. Concerning rates of suicide instead of suicide epidemic, and the whys to help avoid. I'm sorry, I didn't wear my glasses. Thank you. Oh, that's embarrassing. So there's a couple of the just little things that really help. And then it's really helped a lot of the people that have reached out to me because of some of the things and how some of the things have been said to them and they didn't understand the why. Often I have heard family and friends of my dad say how his death was so out of the blue, and how my dad was always the one with a smile on his face, cracking jokes. No one saw it. I want you to have the resources to recognize some of the warning signs to help you with a loved one, present or future, because looking back, we all saw the signs. Talking about wanting to die or to kill themselves. A lot of people take that as a cry for attention, and sometimes it's not. Looking for a way to kill themselves, such as searching online or buying a gun. And in the rural community, buying a gun is just an ordinary day. Talking about feeling hopeless or having no reason to live. Talking about feeling trapped or in unbearable pain. Talking about being a burden to others. Increasing their use of alcohol or drugs. Acting anxious or agitated, behaving recklessly, sleeping too much or too little, withdrawing or isolating themselves, showing rage or talking about seeking revenge, displaying extreme mood swings. So this is my website. It's still in the process. We're in phase 1, so bear with me. But you can go on there, read all about the history behind Yellow Felt Soul in a deeper context, as well as reach out with any questions. And then all the social media links are on there as well. So this is one of my favorite things is life can be tough, but you are tougher. Let's saddle up for life because you make this world a better place. If anybody has any questions, I will be happy to answer them the best of my ability. And if they're in further depth than my current knowledge, then I will dig deeper and I will take your contact information and reach out to you whenever I have the answer. In Tolar, Texas. Little bitty town over between Weatherford and Stephenville.
All right, thank you. All right, everyone. Thank you, Shelby. Thank you for that. Gosh, thank you very, very much for sharing your presentation with us. Great job. Okay, so what I'd like to do is we are running a few minutes ahead of schedule. And probably we've got quite a bit of information so far since we've been together. So I think maybe a 5 to 7 minute break might be in order to use the facilities, stretch your legs, maybe get another sandwich. We have plenty in case you didn't notice. So if you'd like to take one home or, grab one for later, please feel free. So we'll be back here right at 1:40, please. And then we'll go ahead and get started with our 1:45 panel. So 1:40 break until then. So thank you, everyone. Okay, friends, this is your 4-minute warning. Breaks over in 4 minutes. So if you can please start trying to make your way back to your seat, that'd be great. We've got about 4 more minutes. All right, everyone, if we could please start taking our seats. This is always kind of part of the most challenging aspect of the day for me, which is, again, looking like with that eye for optimism, like this is one of those things, like this is a good problem to have, that everybody's so excited to see each other that they can't quit talking. So anyway, but here we are. Hope you enjoyed the break. Again, I'm going to say it again. If you'd like another sandwich, please take one. We really don't want to see them go to waste. So enjoy yourself. And I'm going to just kick off the next panel here. I am going to have to ask somebody, could you grab those notes off that table there? I came up here with not the expectation of staying, but since everybody quieted down, thank you, Dr. Deneen. Okay, let's see, where am I at here? Wow, that was just, this whole day has just been wonderful. So now we're going to move into our panels for the afternoon. And our first panel discussion is going to talk about staff burnout and solutions. As we talked about a little bit before, these have been some very difficult days for many of us in the business community. The uncertainty, the volatility, the workforce crisis that we face, trying to create that culture of care, as I like to call it, in my organization is really a priority for me. I know many of you are looking at things in the same light, trying to figure out, how to avoid burnout, fatigue, distraction. All those issues are super important to us as members and leaders of the business community. So it's with my pleasure that I get to ask the next panel to come up on the stage. The panel discussion is going to be led by Dr. Ray Fleming Deneen. And Dr. Deneen has spent her career as a social entrepreneur. Her work with Climb Wyoming has been life-changing for so many women in Wyoming. It is just, I'm so honored to call her friend and to have her here with us today to be able to help us with two discussions is just like, I'm just thrilled. It's a gold star. Dr. Janine is the 2021 recipient of the Wyoming Business Alliance Hall of Fame Legacy Award. So please help me welcome to the podium, Dr. Ray Fleming Janine and her panel that she will be doing an introduction for. So welcome.
Our mics are all supposed to work, so I think we have mics. Okay, see about that. I'll keep over here, but I hope everyone can see all of us. I just appreciate that introduction, Cindy. I was thinking about why we're in this room, and it's because of Cindy. She creates this venue today. She prioritizes the continuation of this conversation. And she emphasizes the role and the importance of the role of businesses in mental wellness in our state. So thank you, Cindy. And thank you. She put together an amazing panel. Would you look at this panel? So I'm just going to go down the row and we're going to start with Jen. Jen already received an introduction, but I'm going to do it again. Jen has her doctorate in physical therapy and had a career in healthcare before moving to advocacy and policy development. Jen is currently serving as Governor Gordon's Senior Policy Advisor for Health and Human Services. And just last month, she helped spearhead the Governor's Mental Health Summit in Casper. Jen.
Does this work? Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone again. Thanks for having me here today. So my part of this conversation today is to kind of piggyback off of where we left off with the Mental Health Summit in Casper. So one of the things that's really important, as I mentioned earlier, is having a common framework, having a common agenda, a common language. And so some of the building blocks that we've had that I think is so very important for businesses as well is to really understand early adversity and trauma. As we think about individuals that we interact with, either personally or professionally, everybody has a history, right? Some history is positive, some history is negative, but we all have a history, and that's our own. And that's something that we get to decide if we want to share or not. As we talked about earlier in the Science of Hope, that's your story, your journey. But as we think about that, and especially as business owners and individuals working across all sectors, we need to be mindful of what somebody's history is. They may not want to share their story, but we all need to be mindful that there is one. And when they have experienced some sort of trauma in their past, as a child, as an adolescent, as an adult, there may be issues that those individuals are dealing with that we don't know, but we need to be mindful of it. We need to be ready to act, and we need to be willing to have an environment where that is safe and conducive to having those conversations that we've talked about. Again, I think, as mentioned earlier, having those hard conversations are important for us all to grow, but also when those hard conversations are not able to be had, we need to be able to find a way to support and to help those individuals develop through whatever means necessary for them to achieve their own personal goals and ultimately your business goal if they're your employee. So I just want to briefly share with you the science of adverse childhood experiences for those of you who may not be familiar, and you may be thinking, why are we talking about this at a business forum? I promise I will get there. When we talk about adverse childhood experiences, the research in this was done back in the 90s by Dr. Rob Anda and Dr. Vince Folletti. Those two physicians put together a life-changing public health study that in my opinion, changes the way that we look at wellness and health and mental health in our country. It has been groundbreaking. And I will tell you, when I first learned about it about 9 years ago, it changed my life. It changed my life personally. It changed my life professionally. And I think it has meaning for every single person in this room. And I think that every single person in this room should be aware of it. When individuals are exposed to early trauma, what they found in the research is that it can, if not mitigated, have long-lasting health impacts as adults. So some of you are probably thinking, well, that's not surprising. We all kind of know that with, you have a childhood where things don't start off so great, things might not end so great for you. But where this really does become earth-shattering is the science. We know so much more now about brain development, early exposure to trauma, how it physiologically impacts our bodies, and also how it changes our brain architecture. And due to those changes, and if we aren't able to intervene with individuals in a meaningful way, that follows them into the workplace. And so you as business leaders need to know, again, you may not need to know their history, but you need to know they have one, and how we react and set up programming based on those early exposures, again, can be life-changing, for that individual, can be life-changing for their family based on how we interact with them. So when we look at the adverse childhood experiences, that really looked at 3 different categories. It looked at abuse, neglect, and then their third category was called household dysfunction. So essentially, if a young child was exposed to any sort of abuse, whether that be physical, emotional, or sexual abuse, neglect, both physical or emotional, and then the household dysfunction category looked at, was there a caregiver who was incarcerated? Was there a caregiver, an adult caregiver who was suffering from mental illness? Is there other factors within the home that impact their well-being? And what they found through this study is that adversity in early age is very common, that 1 in 8 individuals will have experienced more than 4 of those categories. And as we look at that, that becomes their ACEs score. Their ACEs score is very important for the fact that when we are exposed to trauma, what happens in our body is a physiological response that actually then leads to adverse health outcomes. So when we look at the propensity for things such as heart disease, lung disease, the more adversity that someone has experienced at an early age that was not treated, the more likelihood they are to suffer from some of those ailments. And one of the things that I want to mention on that before I pass this to Jeremy, and why I bring this up, is because individuals who have a high ACEs score, high adversity of 4 or more, and again, 1 in 8 individuals have a score of 4 or more, are 12 times more likely to commit suicide. So you as business leaders need to know this science. You need to know this information. And most importantly, we all need to work together to figure out how to intervene and how to change trajectory. Because as was pointed out earlier, Wyoming has the highest suicide rate in the nation, and this is not our first year at being #1. And I really hope we don't remain #1. So we all have some work to do here. And again, this is why it's really important for all of us to have this framework to know and understand as we talk about now ways that we can do better and do more. So thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Hi, Jeremy. Hi. Jeremy's experience with suicide prevention includes personal struggles related to his military career, transition to civilian life, overseeing the Wyoming Army National Guard suicide and substance abuse prevention program as a contract employee, and serving as executive director to Grace for Two Brothers. Jeremy.
So first of all, I look at this panel and I look up and down it, and one of these things is definitely not like the other. So I'm the guy up here wearing a t-shirt, everybody else is wearing a tie. So forgive me, but I got to be who I am to be effective. So Give me a chance. So first thoughts is John Maxwell says that leaders become great not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower others. And they use their position, relationships, and productivity to invest in their followers. And Maxwell also says that successful people think in a way that exposes themselves to situations in which people have needs. So Jen just told you people have needs, and we may not know it, but they have needs. So quick question, rhetorical or not, you can answer it or keep it to yourself, but how many folks out there are comfortable talking openly about suicide and mental health? Okay, and if you don't raise your hand, that's okay too, because I do this every single day, and I would tell you that I'm probably not super comfortable with it. Okay, it's a thing that I can do, but I'm not always happy to do it. So second question is, how many of you inside your businesses have a requirement for people to have CPR or basic life-saving skills in the workplace? Okay, good. So just keep those in your back pocket for a minute. Since the year 2000, the number of people of working age dying by suicide has increased by 1/3. So about 34%. In many of these instances, depression and anxiety were involved. Depression and anxiety, which are contributed to by ACEs in some cases. Okay, the World Health Organization ranks depression as the largest single contributor to global disability, and anxiety is the 6th largest contributor. In the US, more people die by suicide than by homicide or car accidents. An estimated cost of $45 billion, or approximately 1.3 million per suicide, is expended in the US due to worker loss and healthcare costs because of suicide. This is not only due to the person lost to suicide, but the approximately 135 people that are impacted, usually at least 6 significantly, by suicide. So if you go out to a lake and you throw a rock into that lake, what happens to that rock? Get a ripple effect, right? So you typically have 6 people that are in that first ring, and that extends all the way out to the other rings, about 135 people. And those folks need mental health care, they need time off from work, and that there's an expenditure that comes with that. Okay. But when we look at this, we want to remember that suicide isn't necessarily the problem, it is a perceived solutions to problems. So when we're hearing people, there are things that are driving those thoughts of suicide, whether that be housing insecurity, food insecurity, things like that. Many Americans spend more time at work than they do with family and friends, and many supports are created in the workplace. If trust and support is disrupted, then mental health and suicide might mental health issues and suicide might present themselves. So we talked a lot earlier with the other presenter, talked about all the risk factors or warning signs of suicide, but Dr. Thomas Joyner sums up suicidality into 3 categories: perceived burdensomeness, thwarted belongingness, and acquired capacity for suicide. So if you think about perceived burdensomeness, if you have somebody that feels like they're always falling short at work, or they're just causing more problems for people, that's a contributing factor. Thwarted belongingness, if you see somebody standing out at work that they're not falling into any social group, right? Remember, a lot of us spend more time at work than we do with our families or doing self-care. So if you're not seeing people outside of these social networks, or sitting alone at lunch or whatever, they may be at risk, or they may be need somebody to talk to. As leaders in business, there's a significant opportunity for you to impact public and mental health in the workplace. And you can do this through posting helplines such as 988, AgriStress, 211, Wyoming 211, Trevor Project, and so on. Doing this in the workplace helps normalize that sometimes people need a little extra help, and that your business supports reaching out for help. And I made this easy for you. If you go out in the entry floor where you're out there, I brought a ton of stuff that's all free, and you can take it, hang it up in your break room with the magnets or stickers or whatever you'd like to do to encourage your folks to reach out for help if they need it. Another thing you can do is get leaders to get training in intervention strategy, whether it's assist, QPR, mental health first aid. There's a lot of them out there. My organization, Grace for Two Brothers, in most cases offer these at no cost in Wyoming. And when I say I will never ever charge you a trainer fee, but if you say we have 500 people that need to be trained, I may ask you to pay for half of the materials. But in most cases, if it's a small organization, we're not going to charge for it. Also, the Wyoming Department of Health offers an online version of QPR, which is Question, Persuade, Refer, at no cost. And I encourage folks to do this because the brain is an organ, just like the heart or the lungs. And one of these intervention programs serves the same benefit as basic life-saving skills or CPR. This is a safety issue, just like OSHA requirements, right? It's a safety issue. People might be distracted because of what they're dealing with, or tired, or using substances as coping mechanisms. And this presents a hazard to the employee and others. And simply ignoring it compromises workplace safety. So consider creating or becoming part of a workplace peer support or workplace mentorship program, right? Talk about the word of belongingness. Creating mentorship and peer programs in the workplace can help change that course. It helps people feel included and valued, and they combat feelings of isolation. Each of you plays a critical role in changing the tide of mental health and suicide in Wyoming. And there are lots of organizations that exist to help implement changes in your business. So don't be afraid to ask. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Erin Orchard. Erin is the Learning and Development Manager at Alyeska in Anchorage, Alaska. She's responsible for overseeing Alyeska's safety, regulatory, and non-technical training and development of workers for the Trans-Alaska Pipeline System. Erin focuses on strategies to engage workers to be both technically proficient and mentally focused. Erin.
Right. I want to start off with a 2-word check-in just to yourself. In 2 words, how are you feeling? That's something I like to do whenever I start off a training or a meeting with employees to get a foundation of where they are at and to help you build upon that. So like she said, my name is Erin Orchard, the Learning and Development Manager at Alyeska Pipeline. I'm originally from Salt Lake City and grew up going to the family cabin in Star Valley, Wyoming, where my parents reside today. And also grew up playing lacrosse here at the university against the University of Wyoming. I want to talk today a lot about the similarities between Alaska and Wyoming. We share a few number of people reside in our states. We have the great outdoors, and we also are the leading states for suicide, Wyoming being number 1, Alaska being number 2, and our rates of mental health being very similar as well. So a little bit about Alyeska Pipeline on the next slide here. We transport over 18 billion barrels have been transported through the pipeline. We account for about 4% of the US domestic oil production. And we transport right now about 500,000 barrels per day. The pipeline runs 800 miles from the north slope of Alaska to Valdez. And at the time of construction in the 70s, it was the most expensive private construction project in the US. In addition to the pipeline being constructed, the highway was also constructed. And if you've ever watched the TV show Ice Road Truckers, that's the highway that we drive that's along the pipeline. So we talk about having an 800-mile long office with about 720 employees and 2,000 contractors at any given time. Next slide, please. Shows you a little bit about our 800-mile long pipeline from the north slope of Prudhoe Bay to Valdez. Next slide. In 2018, a team of us gathered and really talked about the importance of presence and awareness and how that happened and was part of our workplace. We talked about the importance of connecting that to safety. Safety being our core business and making sure that that is really the forefront of everything that we do. We knew based on research that emotional intelligence is at the forefront of that. So we partnered with a company, GP Strategies. We tied our cultural attributes and connected it with safety. Since 2019, we have taught this course over 30 times. We've modified it from a full day course to a 3.5-hour course, and it can also be taught virtually. We started teaching this class to managers and supervisors, not just of our company, but also of our contractors, which was huge to make sure that we had the contract workforce also engaged. In 2020, we required 90% of our field employees to take this training. And as of today, 83% of Alyeska employees have completed the training. With ongoing classes scheduled for next year, the only reason we're not at 100% is from new hires that have joined the company. And so we've really realized, and we know that there's a connection between emotional intelligence and safety leadership. And if we can keep people present and engaged, we can keep people safer. Next slide. So in addition, we wanted to build off of that emotional intelligence training, and we have what I call our mindfulness consultant, our mindfulness coach. And we offer multiple times a month meditation sessions and workplace mindfulness sessions, virtually and in person, for all of our employees to attend. This is really to help connect and keep people engaged, keep them focused and present. We also offer routine yoga sessions for our employees in Anchorage. And then we have on-demand sessions for employees to join related to mindfulness and meditation. Next slide. Another way, our employee assistance program, probably similar to a lot of yours, Magellan, we offer 24/7 support for people. We offer free therapy to any of our employees and their immediate family members for any issue that they would like to discuss with a therapist, either in person or virtual. And then there's a lot of well-being offerings that we try and promote and make sure that our employees are aware of, that they can attend on demand. Next slide, please. Talking about suicide, so Alyeska for the second year has been a prime sponsor of the Out of Darkness Walk, which is in partnership with the American Society of Suicide Prevention. And we have donated over $25,000 to the organization, and over 100 Alyeska employees and family members have participated in the walk. Leading up to this walk in September, we've had a speaker series with 6 speakers that we've brought in to connect with our employees virtually and in person to talk about the impacts of suicide, the importance of taking time for yourself, and then how to strengthen your own mental health. Overall, safety being our top priority at Alyeska, we also have what's called our loss prevention system, or LPS. We conduct what we call SPSAs, safe performance self-assessments, before each task and when conditions change. That can be something really simple. It's not major. So for example, it's me walking in the room, conducting an SPSA, knowing where my emergency exits are, identify tripping hazards, and making sure that I'm free of distractions. We also have tools like our loss prevention observations and our job loss analysis, which identifies hazards, documents them, and makes them available to all employees for future tasks so that routine tasks do not become complacent. In addition to that, we have a morning report that comes out each morning that identifies hazard recognitions and is gone over by every employee in the company to identify things that they might need to be aware of. Again, it's another touch point of making sure that people are present and engaged and that they're free of distractions when they're performing their work. So those are just a few examples of how we are on our journey to a more mindful, a more engaged, and a more safe workplace. We know it's a journey. We have not arrived, but we know that we're taking steps each day to make sure that we have that safer, more engaged workforce.
Thank you for joining us from Alaska. A treat. Chief Michelle Weber is next, our next panelist. Michelle has been with the Jackson Police Department for 18 years and has been chief of police for the last 2 years. She is a graduate of the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and served 22 years in the United States Army Reserve. Michelle.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I get to talk to you about mindfulness and kind of where our journey as a Jackson Police Department started and where we've come over the past couple of years. I describe our journey starting in 2018 when Sarah Flitner asked me to participate in a 6-week mindfulness-based attention training program. And I had very little knowledge about mindfulness at that time. And I don't deny that I sat in half of those classes, often with my mind elsewhere, sometimes petting Sarah's dog underneath because while everyone else was meditating. And for the next 2 years, I continued attending trainings. I was able to participate with Brad Marshall, who spoke earlier, in some of his trainings. So I continued to develop my knowledge about mindfulness. Fast forward to 2020, and I was appointed interim chief of police. And at that time, I would describe our department in turmoil. Two of our top leadership had departed in less than ideal circumstances. It was COVID. Our officers were responding to a number of mental health calls in the community, and those calls were increasing. The time that we were spending on those calls were increasing. And we were also losing a number of patrol officers in our department. We lost 12 of our 24 police officers within a 3-year period. So we were, I would say our morale was at an all-time low. So on my first day in office, Sergeant Matthews, who was my training, who I'd appointed as my training sergeant, I invited him to my office and I said, Tony, I'd like you to take part in an 8-month train the trainer mindfulness training program. And kid you not, he looked at me and he was like, oh, hell no. And he turned around and walked out the door. And about 30 seconds later, he came back in and he said, Chief, what do you want me to do? I'm here for you. And he did the 8-month train the trainer program, and I'll let him follow up on the successes he had because he was a star student in that program. And so from there, my goal was one, to create an opportunity for officers to have resources accessible. We cannot go out and respond to crisis in our community when people are, and most times, having sometimes the worst day of their lives if we're not taking care of ourselves. And so my goal was to make sure that our officers had as many resources available to them so that they could go out and do that, and then also be happy and healthy in their homes, right? And so it's a kind of a big program. It's like internal and external. And so what we have done is we've created a very robust peer support program in Teton County. It's called Teton Interagency Peer Support. It includes our sheriff's office, our search and rescue, ski patrol, our hospital, the Forest Service, Elk Refuge, just everyone involved in first responders. And we have funding available to offer therapy if people need to see counselors. But the other part that we do that's really important is that we have trainers, like Sergeant Matthews is one of them, within each organization, and employees who have been on traumatic calls can check in with him, and we check in. It's called a 3-3-3 protocol, where we check in 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months after. And just to give you a little bit of perspective, 2 years ago, when I talked about that kind of turmoil we were having, we had 16 of our officers in that protocol at one time. And when I'm talking about traumatic events, they weren't just like easy things. They were very, very traumatic calls. And so we were having a very stressful several months. And so we have the peer support program. We have the mindfulness program. I'm proud to say that 90% of our department has attended at least 8 hours of mindfulness training, and some of them have gone on to do more, and we continue to do that. And what I really want to emphasize is that mindfulness looks different for every program and in every agency. I can tell you that not everyone is going to sit there and do breathing exercises in our department. But what they will do is go on hikes or do yoga or do running or do jujitsu, or believe it or not, we actually have a fish tank in our department, and our officers will take 5 minutes and sit in front of the fish tank and just decompress. And it's very powerful. And then the third thing that we did is in February of 2021, 28 days in the month of February, we had 31 calls for service where our officers had spent 30 minutes or more with someone who was in crisis. And basically they said to me, Chief, like, we've got to do something. Like, we don't have the resources. We don't have the time. We are exhausted. We need to do something. So I'm proud to say that we will be the first police department in Wyoming who has hired a social worker within our department, and she starts on December 1st. It's been a long process, but I'm really excited about that. And I'll conclude with, before I let Sergeant Matthews talk, that I would say that, people say, how do you measure success? And I will say that in the last 14 months, we've had 0% turnover in our department. We are fully staffed, and And I would encourage you all to remain curious and be creative in what you do.
Thank you, Chief Weber. You did a nice intro for Tony, but I will add a little bit more. Is that all right? Okay. Sergeant Matthews has worked for the Jackson Police Department since 1997. During that time, he has served as a patrol officer, Department of Criminal Investigation officer, a special problems officer, an investigator, a school resource officer, a field training officer, and as a polygrapher. He has developed interest in tactical mindfulness and tactical peer support.
All right. So, talking about mindfulness, I've spent the last 2 years trying to get my blood pressure down, and you guys have raised that in the last 30 seconds about through the roof. I think I kind of got coattailed with the chief on this project and to come down here and speak to you guys. And I think that probably she brought me because it's about burnout. And I did start in law enforcement in the 1900s. So anyway, so a little history on this project. Our department really over the years has been good. We've had a lot of resources. We've had a lot of training. There's been a lot of progressiveness. But I think in retrospect, looking back, that we did a lot of training for what we do. But we didn't do a whole lot of training, if any, for what we experienced. And so in the last 2 years, I'll give a little testimonial of, I've had a real good career. I've been happy. I've done good things. I've had great successes and along with Michelle and had achievements. But I noticed, like, it's probably 2000. I don't know whether it's by providence or protection or what it was, but about 2020, I would come out of supervisor meetings and my guts would be twisted up. My, head was cloudy. I felt like my heart was going to beat out of my chest. I kind of felt like I was going to die, to be honest with you, coming out of those supervisor meetings. And I just couldn't figure out what was going on. And I happened to have a doctor that was a neighbor. I went over to her house and had her, I said, what do you think this could be? And she checked my blood pressure. My blood pressure was just off the charts. And so she said I should probably go get checked out. I never did, but we were starting this at the same time. I spent time with Sarah, and I had my Fitbit, and my wife had bought me a blood pressure machine, and we started measuring. And then as we started doing the mindfulness, and I started engaging with people in peer support, I noticed those things started improving. And they've become exceptional at this point. My, sleep in law enforcement's huge. My sleep has improved. So I'm give a little testimonial for that. As some of the numbers that Michelle has mentioned, and a little of the chronological orders, we did the peer support first, and really, we kind of put maybe, for lack of a better term, maybe the cart before the horse. And it's so important to have those traumatic stress reliefs. And I'll read you a few of the questions we ask, but when we do the 333. But we learned that our culture was so important, and as business folks and government leaders, I think the culture is super important. And what we kind of a little moniker we came up with is, the clinician is important, and we use clinicians in our peer support, but our culture before the clinicians. So build a great culture, and maybe we'll need the clinicians a little bit less. And if we have a great law enforcement, You know, when we law enforcement does, it's good to try to work ourselves into a situation where we don't need those folks as much. So hope that doesn't offend anybody, but I think that's our ultimate goal, correct? All right. So when I do an event with somebody, we do, like Michelle said, we do 3 days, 3 weeks, and 3 months. Questions we ask are, do you have upsetting thoughts or memories about the event that come into your mind against your will? Do you have upsetting dreams about the event? Are you acting or feeling as though the event were happening again? Do you feel upset by reminders of the event? Bodily reactions, stomach churning, the heart, fast heartbeat that I was telling you about, difficulty staying, falling or staying asleep, irritability, outbursts of anger. I've been known to do that. Difficulty concentrating, heightened awareness, or potential dangers to yourself or others, and feeling jumpy or startled about something unexpected. We do that 3 times, and while we're doing that, also, we show them a card where they can evaluate themselves and put them on a kind of a schematic of where they fall on that. We've had probably, I would say, 20% go on to clinical care when we put them through this. And that's, again, that's awesome. But I'm thankful to our chief, and I think you guys as leaders, it's going to be you that make the difference. I mean, I speak for myself. I was definitely part of the problem. The new folks coming in, they're energetic. We kind of glom onto them. We kind of sap their energy. Man, I think you were talking to this a little while ago. What do we do to keep those people who've been around a long time motivated in the right frame of mind? So us building the culture for the leadership to create an environment for those that are to come is, I think, one of the keys to what we're trying to accomplish at the Jackson Police Department. Hopefully I didn't run on too much, and I think that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Sergeant. And now Lance Porter. Lance is currently CEO of Banner Wyoming Medical Center in Casper and has been in this role since Banner Health purchased the hospital in 2020. Recognizing a lack of behavioral health resources in Wyoming, Lance recently led an Natrona County behavioral health needs assessment to identify gaps in services and possible solutions.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. I was asked to talk about the healthcare industry and how this folds into this conversation today. It's especially important to me because it's important that healthcare workers show up well, that they're in a good spot themselves so they can show up at the hospital and help others who are in crisis or in need of that assistance. But if you look at the horizon, there is a looming crisis, so much so that the Surgeon General this year issued a statement. And I'm going to share some numbers on the next slide that he put in his statement. You can look this up online. There will be a 500,000 nurse, we expect 500,000 nurses to retire by the end of 2022. That's a lot of nurses that will be exiting the workforce. The feeling is that many of them are retiring early because of the impact of COVID and the stress of working in the healthcare industry. There'll be a need for 1.1 million new nurses. That's the aging population, more people accessing healthcare, and then that deficit of nurses in the industry. There'll be a shortage of 3 million lower wage health workers over the next 5 years, and a shortage of 139 physicians by 2033, most of those in primary care. And that's your front door to healthcare. It's that first person you interact with. So that's something that should worry all of us. If you go to the next slide, please. So why is there such a high rate within the healthcare industry? There's a shortage of workers. We just demonstrated that with the numbers, aging population. There's a daily exposure to death, illness, and a high stress environment. If you're a nurse and you walk into a room with somebody who's critically ill with a infectious disease, it's the back of your mind, you might take that home to your family. And so there's stress involved with that. You know, the child that dies in an accident and you deal with that family and that grief, you take that home with you, and there's scars that come from that. There's also the impact of the pandemic, the physical and emotional exhaustion. 50% of healthcare workers reported one mental health condition throughout the pandemic. And healthcare workers are no longer heroes, but victims of politics. We used to have carolers, people bring lunches to the hospital, carolers outside the hospitals, things like that. And now nurses and doctors get yelled at and victimized. And there's also an increasing rate of violence. 8 out of 10 experienced at least one type of workplace violence in 2021. There are a lot of laws being proposed which would impose more severe penalties for people who assault a healthcare worker. And it's a sad fact that many healthcare workers think that it's a part of the job, you know, to get hit, to get pushed around by a person in custody or somebody that's in crisis, that's part of the job. And it's my job to help them realize, no, it's not. And there's some things that we can do about that. If you go to the next slide. So how do we address this issue? How do we keep more nurses? How do we keep more doctors from retiring early and keep them in our facilities where we need them? The Surgeon General said we need to eliminate punitive policies and stigma associated with seeking that mental health care. You know, so we have health coaching, online health coaching, diet coaches. We have EAP. Unfortunately, those are not often used as much as I would like. So we've done other environmental and culture changes that we think have a bigger impact. One is a program called Talk to Me. And when you deal with life and death and you deal with those tragic situations, there's often what we call the second victim. And that's the nurse or the doctor that is there with that child when they pass away or does the assessment of the rape victim. Those are scars, and those people need to talk to somebody. And so we pull them aside, we talk to them, we let them express their feelings and share what they're going through in hopes that they will better come to grips with what they're going through. If you go to the next slide, please. We also need to protect the health and well-being of our healthcare workers as part of the solution. So at Wyoming Medical Center, we've actually added tactical officers to our security. Our staff need to feel safe in order to feel well. And the tactical officers have the better training to deal with violent patients, visitors, things like that. We now have 24/7 security officers in our emergency department, where oftentimes you have those violent outbreaks. And interestingly enough, we're actually adding a canine unit. When I first heard about this, I was dead set against it. I don't want to feel like I'm on the subway in Chicago when I walk into a hospital. But my staff has been overwhelmingly supportive of having that extra presence and that extra level of security so that they can feel free then to do their jobs. And you know, with an officer in the room, and I'm sitting next to law enforcement here, but criminals often know how far they can push an officer before they'll pull their weapon. But a dog, there's that unknown. And so they're more hesitant to escalate with the canine unit, is what we found throughout Banner Health, where this has been implemented. We've also done something just as simple as bought massage chairs for our staff. So we bought 3 this year. We put them throughout the hospital. People can sign up for 15-minute sessions and just take a moment to decompress. We have had overwhelming positive feedback for doing that. If you go to the next slide. Then there's also, how can we change our cultures? And one thing is we do listening sessions where we go to the departments and we listen. We don't present, we just listen. We're looking for those pebbles in people's shoes that we can remove so that they can do their jobs better and they can be well in their jobs. We do employee satisfaction surveys. We do good catch recognitions. I mean, healthcare, we've got computers, we've got automated processes, we've got robots, but it comes down to the human being that's making those decisions, and they often make good catches. We celebrate that. We recognize those people so they feel good about coming to work the next day and what they're actually doing. I'm going to go out on a limb here and talk about something that I think is a little bit different than what we've talked about before. Is we need to improve our culture at work by re-recruiting our good employees and managing the disruptive ones. So you re-recruit by showing people value, helping progress their careers, helping them to find value in what they do, but then managing out the toxic employees that make it hard to come to work. And we all know who those employees are, right? They've been there for 23, 25 years. they usually hold some kind of data or information or own a system that we just can't imagine living without them. But over 10 years of being a CEO and managing those people out, I promise you that the clouds part, the sun shines, and there's a fog that lifts, and nobody says you never should have fired that person. And if we can help create a healthy environment, a healthy culture within our organizations, we then can retain these employees and help them be in a better position. So that's what I had prepared today. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelists, we are right on time. You did a phenomenal job. So now we get to ask a few questions. First, what are the consistent themes you are seeing with burnout, with your staff and with those you work with? And I just like to go down the line. Let's just really talk about what you're seeing.
I think some of the things that we hear about burnout in the Governor's Health Task Force is something that Lance brought up is that feeling of unsafe within the workforce. So we typically have been talking about healthcare workers, the short staff that they're experiencing. I think in the other piece of burnout, particularly in the healthcare workforce, is with COVID having so many travelers coming into the workplace that were on a much higher salary, competing against those who have been there with longevity and making a much smaller wage. So I think those have all contributed to burnout that we've seen and talked about in healthcare workforce.
So I would echo kind of what I said in my talking points is that what we see and hear about a lot is people who are dealing with depression and anxiety are dealing with that at work, which impacts their work, which makes them feel like they're going to get fired, which makes more stress and more anxiety. And they just kind of feel like they're in that feedback loop that they can't get out of. I'm stressed. I'm dealing with anxiety and depression, which makes me feel like I'm not doing a good job at work, which makes me I'm going to lose my job. And it spins and spins and spins.
For us, I'd say fatigue, and this isn't just the engineering backlog is so long and preventative maintenance list goes on and on. It's the fatigue of the world. There is so much going on more now than ever before that people are facing, and they're walking into work with that. No time ever have you had the demands of cell phones at your hip and people having the expectation that you're going to respond right away. In addition to walking into a meeting and you're supposed to be present and engaged in that, as your kids are texting you that they forgot their homework assignment and all of these other things that are going on that are just adding to the weight of your shoulders, really to build up that fatigue, and people aren't able to take a step back, to pause, to regroup, to be centered and present with where they are.
I think it's no surprise that law enforcement's been on the hot seat for a couple of years. And so there are some people that have, essentially made it really difficult for the rest of us that go out there and try to do a good job every day. And so officers are, for the past couple of years, have, questioned whether they want to stay in law enforcement or not. And in our community as well, we've had an increase in calls for service, and I suspect your communities are much the same. And so we're expected to do more with less. And I will say that and funding cuts and across the communities have been an issue as well. So those are the concerns for us.
I think Lance hit on a real important point of the workplace has to be a safe place. And if we're experiencing that toxicity at work, that is a huge portion of burnout. And so not using the things for law enforcement, not using the things we use and the tactics we use outside to sometimes with suspects or whatever, we don't bring that back home to the department, our homes.
At the hospital, we see it manifested in absenteeism and then also disengagement. So my barometer for our kind of how we're doing is I round everywhere. And if I walk into apartments and nobody says hi to me, they look away, you got a problem. I don't mind if somebody tells me that there's problems and what those problems are. It's the silence that is more concerning to me.
Stay with that, Lance. Go ahead and let's pick up the next question. What do you do to celebrate your teams?
So I talked a little bit about the Good Catch Award, finding an excuse to celebrate. I talked about having the employee satisfaction survey, and we usually recognize those employees that land in the top 10, or leaders that land in the top 10. And this year we only had one, but we had 3 others that came really darn close. And so instead of keeping a hard line, we said, okay, we're going to celebrate these 3 other leaders because they did an amazing job during a year of COVID, during a year of transition. We did amazing stuff this year. It's not their fault. And so we moved the line and we celebrated those individuals. You look for the excuse to celebrate.
I think the chief is, for us, has brought in with maybe intermittent dopamine wins. She has brought in programs where she'll be like, up this month, we're gonna go do a ropes course, or we're gonna go do a rock climbing project with the whole department. And having those things happen unexpectedly, barbecues, whatever, spontaneously, it brings a kind of a dopamine win for us. And I think that's been a real positive thing.
We have a formal recognition program, but I coach a lot of managers and supervisors to just do something and do something quickly, because otherwise it's too late. So tell the person thank you, buy someone a cup of coffee, have the pizza party at lunchtime, buy $10 flowers at the grocery store. It doesn't have to be a lot, but you need to do something or people will be disengaged and silent, just like Lance said.
So from my perspective, I don't have a huge team. And one thing that I use to recognize folks is my own leadership self-awareness. I am very good at giving gratitude, but I am not very good at receiving it, which sometimes trickles down to my team. So when we get that recognition, when we get those things, is making sure that I flip that back and accept it and share it with them as well, so they know that they're doing a good job.
Well, I don't really have a team. So I will say, excuse me, some of the things that I think are important to the governor is transparency for helping with lifting up teams and making sure that people know what is important, is being very transparent and open with teams and communication. So that's what I would have to offer.
Great. And we have time for just a couple questions from all of you. What would you like to know more about from these panelists? Go ahead, Brad. Do you want to repeat the question so everybody hears that?
My question was that Alaska has to deal with total darkness and total light per se, and that seems to be a hard one to overcome.
Yes, definitely. Seasonal depression for sure is a big thing we handle. We also, like I said, we call it our 800-mile long office. So we have about 300 of our workers out along the pipeline. They're hundreds of miles away from a town, and they're with a crew of 10 people that they're living with in dorm style living for 2 weeks straight, work 12-hour shifts, and then they're off shift for 2 weeks at a time. But that isolation and the darkness and the light are huge things that we have to work to combat and at least acknowledge. So we have making sure we have gym equipment at every pump station. There's saunas at the pump stations, other things that we can keep people engaged and try and keep them mentally focused. But it's definitely something that we all face living in Alaska. And the farther north you go, the more dark it is or the more light it is. So that's just exaggerated. But it's something that we're aware of and have to make sure that we keep present and focused.
My question is for Aaron. One of the things that I'm thinking about as far as offering for the members of the Business Alliance is some training and learning opportunities, as you were talking about, for maybe higher level managers to really try to embrace this notion of gratitude and appreciation of teams. And can you give us like a little bit of a walkthrough of what that looks like as you conduct those trainings with your folks? Because I think to build upon the question that was asked earlier today, this is a little new for some of our very, very senior managers, that have been in their roles for 20 plus, like the folks, that really, this is a little new, but the world has changed and it's changing exponentially. And this is where we're kind of headed towards. So I'm a person that likes to try to be ahead of the curve instead of behind it, and just trying to figure out of what that could look like. If you don't mind sharing a little bit of what that exercise in your organization looks like.
Yeah, a few different things, and I'm happy to talk to anyone further too. I have like our actual workbooks that we use from the training, and I'm happy to show you all of this and talk through how we designed the customized course for emotional intelligence. It is a topic that seems new to a lot of people, although mindfulness and engagement and presence is nothing new. So when we started this, we would try and figure out how to connect with people. Just like Michelle said, not everyone's going to meditate. But we talked about, this is the weather you bring to work. As leaders, it's the weather you bring. Are you going to bring a sunny disposition and have that with your teams? Or are you bringing in the rain and the clouds and the thunder? How are you walking into a room? So we had to start with that. I oftentimes start off one of the training sessions and I say, this is not a time for you to wear your yoga pants and stretch. This is different. Emotional intelligence does not just mean exactly those things. And then we talk about gratitude and build on that. So a few examples, I tell people, just do something, just practice gratitude and do something and find that, incorporate it into your day. Oftentimes our leaders, and it's probably similar for a lot of you, they're accountable for these massive budgets and they can do a lot, but then at the same time, they're questioning, well, can I give someone a $5 gift card? It's like, yes, you have that accountability, you have that authority, you can do that. Do anything that you can to keep your employees engaged. And that's one real simple way to do that, is to just practice thanking people, recognizing people, and also understanding how people like to be recognized. So if you can ask that question before you get into a situation, it's really helpful. Do people like public recognition? Just like Jeremy said, he might not be the best at receiving recognition, but maybe if he and his boss understood that what Jeremy likes is just a thank you card, then the boss can avoid having to set up a massive lunch with a big party and could just write a thank you card, and that would mean more to Jeremy. And ultimately that would be better for the employee. So really asking your employees ahead of time, how do you like to be recognized? How do you like to be appreciated, so that in those times that you can recognize them, and it's pretty easy to do.
One more question, or do you think we're out of time? Where's our time card person? One more minute? Oh, one more question. Yay. One more question. Oh, there you are in the back.
Hi, this is also for Aaron. Just a quick question on how you encourage participation in online meditation and yoga practices.
Yeah. Again, like a crazy topic. We're talking about oil field workers. This is, we're not talking about the Lululemon yoga moms. We're talking about people in the oil industry. So it is very different. Meeting people where they're at. So our mindfulness coach, David, he does a lot of work in prisons around Alaska. So he's going into places of incarceration and he's working with people there. He's also worked in schools and he was in the Army. And so he's able to really connect with some of our workforce that wouldn't maybe be as open to somebody else. But helping people, it starts from the top. So it's leaders, it's getting our president and CEO, and it's getting other directors, managers to say, this is important, this matters. We're going to take 15 minutes and we're going to sit here and we're going to just be present and engaged. And it's gonna look different for everybody. But if you can force people 15 minutes, even if they're not truly meditating, but you've made them sit for 15 minutes away from their work, you're going to get something beneficial out of it. But really, it's got to start from the top and have that be encouraged from the top. Happy to talk about any of these topics further too. I'll be around the next couple of days as well, and happy to connect with you virtually.
So I just wanted to add one thought. I had a note to talk about this when we talk about access to care for folks. And then I looked at this big audience and my brain fell out of my head for a second. So another way that we can, Grace Brothers Foundation can help is we have a grant through Wyoming Department of Agriculture and the U.S. Department of Agriculture that gives us the ability to pay for up to 6 sessions of mental health treatment for anybody that's working in the agriculture community. So if any of your employees fall on that and they find themselves in a situation where I don't have money to do this because I'm doing something else, please have their mental health care provider reach out to us and we will be happy to facilitate that.
Well, thank you, panel. I could have listened to this for all afternoon, and I just really want everyone to realize, and I know you do, that, the courage that it takes to, develop these programs, put the energy, the effort, we have our head of law enforcement agencies, oil and gas people, we've got just such a wonderful, there are the head of one of the largest hospital in Wyoming. These are people that have made that commitment to figuring some of this stuff out. And that was why I was really committed to bringing them here today to help learn, for us to be able to learn from all of you. So the creativity that this discussion has embodied, and, that curiousness about how to try to figure out some different approaches on how to make things right, to build these programs in your organization is absolutely inspiring. So please help me thank our panel, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll hear from Brad. So thank you, panel. Thank you.
We have a nice.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, real quick question, are you a mini person or a long sleeve person? I'm a long sleeve. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, well, thank you so much. Yes. Really enjoyed following. Yes, and then, Brenna emailed me yesterday. So I'm gonna start working on that tonight. Get that.
Perfect.
Did you put new water out?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
We need to be getting the panel up here. Chris, can you do this so Tammy can get the panel? Samin's on the end. Yeah. Okay, everyone, it is 3 o'clock and we're going to turn things back over to Brad for our second discussion with him. So if we can please take our seats, we're going to invite Brad back up to, or nope, he wants to walk around. So, all right.
All right, well, welcome back. Hope everyone had a chance to take advantage of the cookies and the coffee and the drinks out there. I appreciate a little food, a little energy to get us through the afternoon. So thank you all for hanging in with us. As we start to bring this opportunity home to collaborate and work together, learn a little bit more about each other's industries and ways we can benefit and try and figure out solutions for helping those that we work with. What we're going to focus on for the next 30 minutes is the concept of resilience. Now, this is one of those sort of big buzzwords. Been around long enough with performance psychology that there's sort of these trends and ebbs and flows of like there was grit and then there's resilience and there's mental toughness and there's all these different concepts that people are trying to figure out. How do we train people on it? How do we get them to actually exhibit some of those behaviors that we'd love for them to see? We want people to bounce back from challenges. We want people to overcome adversities. We don't want them to get beat down. So how do we do that? So quick show of hands here out of curiosity. How many folks in here have either gone through a training or been involved with or heard about this idea of resilience? Anyone been in some trainings like that so far? Yeah, so it is one of those topics that's becoming more and more popular. And it's one that I learned about and have spent a lot of time with in my time working with the military. If there's a organization that is challenged with mental health and well-being, the United States military, specifically the Army, is one of those branches that experiences a lot of challenge. So for about 5 years, I had the opportunity to work down at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, which is what led me down there, working with, training, helping to build resilience with the soldiers. They invested a lot of time, energy, and finances and resources into finding ways we can try and help them to adapt, cope with, overcome all those challenges that they get a chance to experience. Since then, I had the chance now to take all of that great information, kind of boil it down. We've got this big concept of resilience, but what does it actually mean? How do we actually incorporate it into our lives? So on your tabletop, you'll notice you should have a new handout, one pager this time. And what we're going to be looking at doing is we're going to go 2 levels for this afternoon. I'm going to ask you to think about, reflect on, or remember some adverse or challenging situations you went through that you exhibited a little bit of resilience. And then the second level is going to be, how do we actually train this or build this in the employees and the workforces that you have? So got a quote there at the top for you, quote from Carl Jung. He says, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." So what I want you to do real quick, to the person next to you, reflect on, what do you make of that quote from Carl Jung? So I'll give you 2 minutes here. Talk about that quote with the person next to you. What do you make of it? All right, we'll start to bring our attention back, just hearing a few of those conversations going on. A lot of people sort of reflecting on this concept or this idea that it's how we think about situations, how we perceive different moments that we're in. One of the things about resilience as sort of a foundation is that it is actually a skill we can train and build, similar to what we talked about earlier with optimism, curiosity. It's not just reserved for those who've gone through some really, really tough things in life and found a way miraculously to overcome and bounce back. It's something we can train people to have the skills and capacity for. So when adverse situations come, they actually have some skills and tools in place. So if we look at the definition of resilience, probably heard something to the tune of this ability to bounce back, this ability to thrive. The way that I like to talk about it and the way that I've interacted with others on resilience is it is the ability and the capacity. So it's both a skill as well as something we can train. So it's this ability and a capacity to bounce back and thrive in adverse moments. So it's this ability to bounce back and thrive. And I like throwing in there the word thrive because when we think about resilience, a lot of times we imagine, well, things are really tough, things are really challenging, things are not looking very good, and hey, we just got to get through it. We just got to find a way to survive, get to the other side, we'll be just fine. But if we actually look at how we can thrive through a challenging environment, it is something that's possible, something we can actually train and get ourselves ready to do. So if we look at how do we actually build this ability, this capacity, there are 4 things we can do to help build our own personal or other people's ability to be resilient. We call those the 4 C's of resilience. Probably something that you've experienced, you've gone through in your life. Now we're just giving some verbiage that you can use for yourself and for others. So the first C is challenge. So I'm going to overview these, and then I'm going to have you actually kind of think through a situation in your life where you went through some of these. So the first C is challenge. The second C is going to be control. The third C is going to be commitment. And then that fourth C is connection. So we've got challenge, we've got control, we've got commitment, we've got connection. So what I want you to do before we move any further is I want you to think about and identify for yourself what was an adverse situation that you went through that you were able to overcome. You were able to maybe demonstrate a little bit of resilience, maybe a little bit of grit. You found a way to overcome that situation, came out better on the other side. Doesn't have to be something big. Maybe it was, a challenge at work, presentation, an RFP, something didn't go the way that you were hoping it would go. Maybe you set a goal and it just didn't work out, you didn't achieve it, or maybe there was an injury or an illness or something. So just think for yourself, what is a situation that I can reflect on as we talk through these 4 different pieces? And once you've got that, we're going to dive into our first C, which is challenge. So on one side of the box, on the left side of the box, I want you to write the word moment, M-O-M-E-N-T, moment. And then on the other side, the right side of the box, write the word me, M-E. Now, the reason we start to look at challenge as our first characteristic of resilience is because the way that we think about situations actually makes a difference in how not only our brains, but our bodies respond. You'll notice at the top of the box, it says challenge versus threat. When we perceive a situation, we typically see it in one of 2 ways. It's either something that I have the skills, the talents, the capabilities to overcome, or I see it the other direction. This moment's a little too big for me. I don't think I have what it takes to be successful or to do well. So what I want you to do is when you think about that situation that you were just in, I'm going to give you a little math review here. We've got the carrot. If anybody remembers this back in the day of one thing being greater than another. Think about that situation you were in and draw a carrot appropriately. Did you think of yourself as having the skills, talents, abilities to overcome the situation? Or maybe you saw that the situation's a little bit too big for me, too challenging, didn't have what it takes. So whichever side you thought was bigger, better, badder, draw the carrot going in that direction, just as a reflection exercise here. And as you're doing that, want to reflect on how do our brains and bodies actually react in these moments, in these situations? Because if we want to be resilient, we want to have the belief, we want to have the mentality that we have the skills, the talents, the abilities to overcome whatever situation we're in. We have to develop that over time. What they've done with some research, which is pretty fascinating, is put people in some pretty challenging situations. Some of those being in the law enforcement community, different shooting exercises to see how accurate they can be. In the educational world, they've put people up on a stage, had them give presentations, had them do math problems in front of others. So some situations that would cause a little stress. And they wanted to see, based on how they thought about the situation, would they perform better or worse? You can probably guess that those that seem to have this belief, the thinking style that I've got the skills, got the talent, got the ability to handle this moment, they perform better compared to those who didn't. But what was fascinating is they actually had the ability then to start to measure some of the biometrics. What was the stress response like? What was their body actually doing in those adverse situations? And based on how they thought about the situation, it impacted how their body responded. Those that saw the situation as a challenge, hey, I'm excited for this. I want to see what I can do. Let's see if I can overcome this situation. Their heart rate elevated. The blood pressure went up a little bit. It got a little sweaty, you know, some of that nervous excitement you might imagine. But what they found was fascinating is like the blood vessels actually dilated. It opened up this space for more oxygen to flow. Heart rate was a little bit more efficient, and they seemed like they were actually performing better. And they contrasted this with people who thought about the situation as a threat. Ooh, I don't know if I can handle this moment. I don't want to get in trouble. This judge is looking at me. This person's yelling at me. I just want to get out of here. Blood vessels constricted. Heart rate went up. Heart rate was not very efficient with getting some of the oxygen out to the extremities. They noticed that the cortisol that was getting dumped into the system, that stress hormone, not as good of a ratio. So just on how they thought about the situation, their body responded differently. And for you, maybe you noticed, hey, when I thought about the situation as something that was a challenge, I've got what it takes, or I want to see what I've got, your body responds differently than if you see it as a threat. So that's the first piece of resilience. How do we think about the situation? Is it a challenge, an opportunity, something I can learn from and grow from? Or is it a threat? So take a moment and just reflect on how you thought about that situation. Make a note or two, bullet point in that first box. Did you see it as a threat, or did you see it as a challenge? One of the more powerful statements that I think people can make for themselves is this idea that I can do hard things. And we can only say that to ourselves when we have some of that evidence to back it up. But having people have that capacity to say, hey, I can do hard things, it's powerful. So the second piece that we start to look at then is this idea of control. So for this one, you're going to draw two circles. Make one circle about the whole size of the box, and then draw another little circle inside of it, almost like a target. You'll notice at the top there it says control the controllables. Anyone heard that term before? I think anybody who's played sports or been involved with different businesses, it's like, hey, focus on what we control the controllables. Well, it's actually a very practical exercise, one that I think is very effective at helping people understand what do we want to focus our time, our energy, and our attention on, because those are very valuable commodities we don't want to waste. So for you with this particular situation, and you think about what are those adverse moments you were in, we start to assess what were some of the uncontrollable factors. Hey, I couldn't control how that person responded. I couldn't control that I was sick or injured. I couldn't control the weather or whatever it might be. What are the things you could control? Well, where I put my focus, where I put my attention, what I put effort towards. And what we know about resilient people is they are so good at only focusing on the things they can control and then maximizing those for the most possible output. So for the situation you were in, if you can recall or remember some of the variables around it, just kind of take a note. What were some of the uncontrollable factors? Those go in that sort of outside bigger circle. The inside circle, that's what you can actually control. That's what you can put your time, energy, attention on. And those are the things we want to double down on and really try and move the needle on. So maybe just take a note and notice, hey, what were some of those things I could control? Some of those things I maybe wasn't able to control. You've probably got some family members, friends, colleagues who love to focus on some of those uncontrollables. And you try and direct them into the controllable factors. Tough to do. So the third component of resilience that can be pretty powerful is this idea of commitment. If you've heard of this concept of grit, it's this idea of passion and purpose and perseverance, like over the long haul. If we're going to be resilient, we know we're going to go through adverse moments, adverse situations. It is inevitability of life. The question is, what is our commitment? What are we striving towards? What are we working towards that I can refer back to or lean on in those tough moments? So when we think about commitment, it's really about setting the vision. What's the vision you have for yourself? What's the vision you have for who you want to be, the type of person? What are you working towards? And we know that people have a why behind who they want to be or what they're striving for. It's a driving force in propelling them or motivating them to overcome whatever the situation is. So this idea of setting the vision, there's a commitment to who you want to be or what you are striving for, whatever that outcome goal is. So real quickly in that third box, is there something that you are striving towards, something you wanted to work towards, person you want to be, or something like that? Setting the vision is really helpful for people to be resilient. Something to sort of refer back to, lean on, know that this is the why that's driving why I might want to overcome this situation. And then we've got one more we're going to work through, and I imagine you can figure out what this one is: connection. We've highlighted it throughout the course of this afternoon. We can't do this alone. There are people involved, people who are going to help support us, encourage us, build us up, pick us up when things aren't going so well. And so for this one, the concept is just this idea of knowing your tribe. Who are the people you can count on? Who are the people you can go to? Who are the people you can have for support when you're experiencing some of those adverse moments? So for you in this particular situation, was there somebody you reached out to, somebody you connected with, friends, family members, colleagues, whatever that might be? Who was in your tribe that helped you to overcome or be successful in that adverse situation? So the goal with this is just to provide some simple, actionable ways in which we can actually build resilience. How are we thinking about the situation? Are we focusing on what we can control? Do I have sort of a bigger, deeper purpose or a why, a commitment to what's going on? And who can I count on? These 4 C's can help build resilience. It helps us to be a little bit more effective, helps us to thrive in adverse situations. But the beautiful thing about it is it's actually something that we can teach others. If we have a language, if we have a method to help others understand this, well, now we can build resilience in them as well. So here's your task. I'm going to give you about 6 minutes at your tabletop. You're going to pick one of those boxes, one of the 4 C's. And I want you to brainstorm, how could you either educate or bring that concept to your workplace? So say, hey, how can we challenge our employees? How do we help them understand about looking at a situation as a challenge, an opportunity, not a threat? Or maybe how do we build connection? How do we build commitment? How do we focus on what we can control? So at your tabletop level, I want you to brainstorm, pick one. How are you going to educate or bring some of that to your workplace to start to build some resilience? And then we'll share out some of those ideas when we come back. So I'll give you about 5 or 6 minutes here to do that. About one more minute here, one more minute. Be ready to share some of your ideas. One more minute. Another 30 seconds here, and then we'll bring it back to the big group. All right, we'll start to bring our attention back. So hopefully you had a chance to do a little brainstorming there. I think we've got time to hear from two tabletops. We're going to ask two tabletops to share. Tell us which was the C that you focused on, and what were maybe some of the ideas or things you came up with for ways you could try and infuse some of that into your culture, your workplace to build resilience. So anyone want to share what was talked about at the tabletop level here? Looking for two. I know I hate to use my presenter's power of just picking a table here, but we might have to do that. Oh, there we go. All right. What was the one that you focused on?
Okay, I'll go. We talked a lot about connection.
Yeah.
And the power and value of building a common language that your people can utilize, and it creates a safe space, to have tough conversations. And maybe not necessarily needing or allowing the emotion to take over. And then the example that we talked about kind of at the very end was in Wyoming, when the hitching post, we lost the hitching post over in Cheyenne in the legislative space. It took away a big part of the connection that happened in that political space, getting to know each other, getting to know each other's families, all of that kind of stuff. And people are all over town, and it's just created a little bit of disconnection in that world. And that's the world that some of us at this table are in. So.
Yeah, I love that. So connection and finding ways to build that, whether it's reaching out, asking great questions, building that community, giving people a common language, really, really important. Anyone pick a different C? We've got time for one more to share. There we go. Volunteer. So tell us what was the one of the four that you focused on, and what would you talk about?
We talked about setting the vision, or I guess that would be
Commitment.
Just with the general idea that sometimes you get caught up so much in the day-to-day tasks that you have to get done, that you oftentimes forget what the purpose is, why we're doing this, what the motivation is. So I think it is important to try to tie back to that. So.
Yeah, sometimes just, hey, reconnecting. This is the why, this is what's going on. This is the purpose behind what we're doing. We're committing to it for the long haul. One of the beautiful things about resilience is that it's open, it's accessible to anybody. The more we can infuse it and get people to understand, hey, the way you think about situations, it matters. Can you see it as a challenge, an opportunity? Can we have a clear vision for what we're striving towards? Can we have a sense of focusing on the controllables? That is really helpful for making sure that we're continually driving this idea of resilience, being able to overcome adverse situations. You might be asking yourself, well, what does this look like? How do we actually do this, at the corporate level or at your business? So many different ways. I'll give you an example. Over the last 3 years, we've been challenged with finding new, creative, different solutions to get training, get content out to people. So it has taken on the form of infographics that we send out in emails or post around offices. It's taken the form of podcasts, having conversations with people within the organization. We've created e-learnings about these different topics. We've done opportunities where people get together virtually on WebEx, Microsoft Teams, Zoom, where they learn and we connect with each other. And we've also been fortunate enough to get back to some in-person trainings like this. But it's just a conversation that allows us to keep putting it in the back of people's minds. So as they're striving for all of the goals and all of the things they're working towards within the work environment, we're still infusing some of that resilience training, some of the mental training that's going to help them to not only just bounce back when things don't go their way, but ideally thrive in those moments of challenge. So once again, thank you all for allowing me to spend some time with you this afternoon. Any questions, comments, concerns, I'll be happy to answer them. Hopefully you're taking away a few nuggets of how you can build resilience in those you get a chance to work with and start to infuse that to help people thrive through some of those adverse situations. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Cindy.
Thank you so much. This was great. My whole paper is full of notes. I'm just really excited to take some of the things that we've discussed today back to my team, and I know all of you are too. So we're going to bring our next panel up to the front of the room. They're making their way up now. Panelists, come on up, I guess. Tammy, do we have everybody? All right. So we're going to bring our panel up, and then we are going to round out our discussion, our final conversation about what's next for Wyoming. So we've heard a lot of information today, as we've talked about, and having this opportunity together to continue this conversation is something that's very important to me and the membership of the Wyoming Business Alliance. So you'll hopefully be able to see more opportunities like this in the future. But as you can see, Wyoming, we have a lot of work to do, and we can do it together. And we've got some great tips and tools and ideas on how we can continue to approach this discussion and this topic together for the betterment of the business community and everyone in our own lives, but it's business does make Wyoming better, and it's really going to be incumbent upon this group to continue to move the needle. So I'd like to, again, welcome Dr. Ray Fleming-Deneen, and also we have Smeen Dalahi with us from the Wyoming Community Foundation. So they are going to lead us through a panel discussion with our very, very seasoned and skilled panel of experts to kind of round out the day. And then we'll just close with a little open conversation discussion about, maybe what are some takeaways from today, some gaps, some ideas. I have a whole list of gaps that I kind of thought maybe I'd throw out there if we don't have a high level of discussion on this to maybe spur some conversation. But, we can choose to be number one, or we can choose to work our way to number 50. And I know what I want to do, and that's why we're all here together. So let's continue this conversation and look forward to hearing from this panel. Thank you.
Hi, co-moderator.
Hi there.
I wanted to first introduce Smeen Dalahi. She's our co-moderator today, and Smeen is president and CEO of the Wyoming Community Foundation. They're also a sponsor, as you can see today, with this symposium. So thank you. They support all 23 counties in Wyoming. They connect people who care with causes that matter. And Smeen has had over 20 years of professional experience working in this state. Smeen is data-driven in her approach and knows what makes a difference for Wyoming.
Thank you so much, Ray. I really appreciate that. And I'm so happy to be here today. We're a statewide public charity, and we work with donors and nonprofits all over Wyoming to help meet community needs. And we're in an interesting position because as a grant maker, we receive grant applications. And when we start to see
trends with disparate entities. So we've got equine therapy programs, after-school programs, museums, and all of them are writing grant applications with a focus on mental health. It gives us a little bit of insight about what's going on in Wyoming. And we've definitely seen an uptick in those types of requests just really in the last 3 years, although they've been trending upwards over time. So I'm so pleased to be here and so thankful that the Wyoming Business Alliance has followed up on their wonderful session from last year by hosting a pre-conference really to talk about this in more depth. And I'm so delighted to be a co-moderator. I originally asked Cindy, who on this panel is going to give us so much trouble that we need 2 of us up here to wrangle them? And it may be Judge Christensen. So let's start there. He was appointed to the Circuit Court of Natrona County 7th Judicial District in 2014. He's been the chairman of pretty much every board and organization in Natrona County that deals with the intersections of youth and criminal justice. You can read the entire bio, which is lengthy, because he's got so much good information in the forum agenda, but I'm not going to go for it in detail here so that we can have more time to speak with our panelists. He's not only an expert at understanding the difficulties and obstacles inherent in our legal system and government processes, he's also a master of explaining them and finding solutions. So Judge Christensen, I'm going to kick it off to you.
Wow. Thank you. Appreciate being here. I was kind of surprised when Cindy called and said, hey, we need you on a panel. And it was like a business forum, right? Okay. Well, I've been a prosecutor and a judge for almost over 38 years now. I'm here to talk about drug courts. What are drug courts? Well, drug courts work. Drug courts started about 30 years ago, and they were local judges in communities across the country that started these programs. Convicting addicts, as I learned in the district attorney's office, is easy. They're holding drugs, they're under the influence, and after a while, after you get a little more years under you, you go, there's got to be a better system than this. All we do is put them in, you warehouse them, they get out, they go back to their old lifestyle, we see them again, we put them in for longer. The next thing you know, we're felonizing addiction, they're going in for even longer. So how do we change that cycle of addiction and lifestyle for these individuals? Drug courts were started in bigger cities, Miami-Dade, Dallas, Sacramento, Buffalo, New York, that we got a startup grant in the early 2000s. And we had several, about a handful of Wyoming courts got involved looking for, there's got to be a better way than how we're dealing with addicts in this country and in our communities. And so they sent us around the country and looked at these, and I was a little skeptical, you know, first it's like, they're from the big city trying to tell me how to do things. But we got involved and it proved itself real fast. There was a manual already. They worked through the issues. It's a multi-agency, multidisciplinary program involving probation, intensive supervised probation, as well as combining it with intensive outpatient programming and counseling. Counselors are certified addiction counselors. They're either contract or they're hired by the program to deal with the addicts that are put into the program by the court system. We get seasoned employees from all of those agencies and the counselors because they also recognize something needs to be changed and something needed to work different than what we were doing. So these were local programs, and the state of Wyoming was one of the first states, along with Kentucky, that in 2002 approximately put a statewide framework for these drug courts in our statutory scheme. And it was great to us that we're working off of 3-year federal grants, thinking, oh, good, you know, this is going to answer a lot of our problems with funding sources. Now we can concentrate on the programming. But at the time, the frontline judges that were dealing with these issues were not the ones making the policy decisions, and the administrative judges that were, drug courts were not a historical function. So they did not want to take this on through the judiciary, though the state put the money through the Department of Health. Department of Health has numerous employees, numerous programs, and they do their funding based on, the courts throughout the state. And we were happy to get that, but times have changed. There's still local programs. Department of Health is not on our local boards. And we're looking at now getting with the legislature and putting that into the judiciary, because now the judges that are the administrative judges are drug court judges from 20 years ago. Imagine that. So we're working with the legislature to get that money over to the judiciary for these local programs and out of the Department of Health, because it is a court. You can't have a drug court without a judge. The judiciary will be able to oversee those programs and encourage, revitalize, and reinvigorate our drug courts in this state. As I said, we were one of the first statewide statutory schemes, but we've lost some drug courts over the years for various reasons. The judiciary can get that back in focused and reinvigorate those programs and reestablish them and get those programs that we lost, and encourage new judges, because we're having a generational change in our frontline judges as well. I could go on for an hour, and I think I'm out of time. At least Commissioner Hendry has given me at least my 5 minutes. I thought he was going to start me off with 1 minute, so please wrap. My wrapping days are over, but I'll pass that on.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate that. Next, it is my pleasure to introduce Brad and Jan Cundy. They've started multiple companies in Wyoming, including Cundy Asphalt and a thriving business under the Keyhole brand. Cundys were honored during the Boys and Girls Club Central Wyoming's annual awards and recognition breakfast in Casper for 2 years in a row. Last year, they received the Mick and Susie McMurray Cowboy Code Tri Award for facing the loss of their son to suicide with courage, fortitude, and strength to move forward and make a difference. This year, they were recognized for their dedication to making a positive impact on youth in their work and through their passion. Brad and Jan know how to move the needle for mental wellness, and we are honored to hear from them today.
Thank you. I guess I'll start. Cindy, excuse me, Cindy asked that we partake in this, and I was like, well, what am I going to say that Jan can't say? Well, I decided I'd still give it a go. I'm what a father, friend, partner of a suicide victim looks like. 11 years this coming Sunday from having one of the most major losses in my life. My 27-year-old son, who was in charge of our construction company, took his own life. We worked with him every day. We were around him. We knew he was struggling. We tried to get our arms wrapped around it. And as hard as we were trying in the 6 weeks leading up to that moment, it didn't come together. And there was a total lack of options to try to get him some help. And we failed. And out of that, we had to be resilient. We had a construction company that had 100 and some employees that, needed their livelihood, and it was, a challenge. And the first thing we had to do was get them together and tell them about the loss and assure them that we were going to make Matt proud. And we've done that. We've succeeded, and we've moved on, but we have not forgotten. And one of the things that we did right away was we owned what he had done, and we talked about it with everybody. We talked about it today. We love talking about him, and we miss him. And amazingly, about 6 months after we lost him, we discovered a 5-year-old granddaughter that he had fathered that we were totally unaware of. She's now 16, and we have a very special relationship with her. But I guess that was part of what Cindy wanted me to convey to everybody, is that, it's a terrible loss to anybody that goes through it, and you got to survive, and you got to try to keep it from happening to other people like yourself, and you do that by talking about it, getting involved in the schools, and not being afraid to share that there's an issue out there. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jan.
This on? Yeah, it's on. I'd like to thank everybody for having us, after it's been almost 11 years. I've been parts of lots of organizations. I kind of dove in. I read every self-help book I could for about 18 months. I quit reading them, to be quite honest. I still do read one once in a while. I learned more about suicide and mental awareness than I ever wanted to. And I truthfully believe I did do a PowerPoint presentation. I believe one of the most important things we can do is talk about it. Wyoming was #1 the year that Matt died. And 11 years later, we're still #1. We've talked about it a lot, but we haven't moved the needle nearly as much as the needle needs to be moved. And I believe we can do it if we just join together as a family and move forward instead of trying to compete with each other, decide this doesn't work, decide that doesn't work, and at least try something and go forward. Next slide, please. This is our son, Matt. This is the summer before we lost him. It's out at our place at the lake, which we still have, which is a keyhole. He's 27 forever. That look I get from my granddaughter still to this day, which is one of our greatest blessings. I know people who worked for us. We came back and I had somebody who's worked for us for several years, and he had lost his brother as a teenager to suicide. And his mother took every picture and cut him out of it. Took him out of every photo about him, took him out of everything. We went after this. It was a football weekend, just like this weekend. There's going to be a football game. We went to the football game. We came home on Saturday or Sunday, actually. And we found Matt, Brad did, and our other son, Chad, on that day. The next weekend, there was another football game, or maybe 2 weekends later. We went out, gathered up a bunch of our employees and went to the football game, went and watched the football game in Casper. I can't tell you the number of people who've come to me and said, we just had this happen in our life over the years, over 20 years, and it was never talked about. Lots of people talked about and told us we were wrong. We greeted every person that walked into the church. It was our hometown church. It overflowed. It was out in the street. It was in the basement. And we stood at the front of that church, not at the back of the church, but the front of that church. My arms hurt for days because of all the hugs, but I think it brought the beginning of healing, and that I was going to go forward and make a difference. And we were going to lose him for no reason. Next slide, please. QPR has been talked about already today. It stands for, Brad hates acronyms, but it does stand for question, persuade, and refer. There's 3 simple steps to save a life. Just as people are trained in CPR and learn the Heimlich maneuver, QPR can do the same thing in saving people's lives. I'm really a believer in this. We've done this at our company. I believe it has saved lives. I am on the National Area Council for Boys and Girls Clubs. Wyoming and Montana have used this program. All of the staff in both of those, all the Boys and Girls Clubs are trained in QPR. Central Wyoming alone has saved 11 children through the QPR training. It's something, I'm a gatekeeper. I think it makes a huge difference. Next slide. What is a gatekeeper? A gatekeeper can be anybody, in this room. It's parents, friends, neighbors, teachers, ministers, doctors, nurses, office supervisors, squad leaders, foremen, police officers, advisors, caseworkers, firefighters, anyone can make a difference if you know what to look for. A QPR trained gatekeeper, you learn to recognize the signs of suicide. And in hindsight, they're almost always there. They are always there. You know how to offer hope. There's been a lot of talk about hope today. I just spent in Atlanta with the National Boys and Girls Club because things after the shutdown have become such a big thing. It's one of the things we have to offer people hope. They don't see hope. That's why suicide is so prevalent, and it's gotten worse since the pandemic. People children don't see that there's any hope to have a better life. We have to change that. There's hope for everyone. You have to know how to get help and how to save a life. It's really hard to do here in Wyoming. I think that's one of the things we're really lacking. There's not a lot of, I'm lucky. I do have counselors that will take phone calls. I know a few if I refer somebody, I get referrals, I get messages on Facebook, I get texts, I get emails from people who are just looking for somebody who needs some help. Lots of times they just need somebody to talk to. Those people that are trained at Boys and Girls Clubs, those kids just need somebody that they show that they care. And I think the younger we start it, the better it is. I have an experience I had a nurse a year ago who came to me. Well, I was in the hospital. I wake up and she's like, is Dawn Cundy your daughter? And I said, yes, she is. And she said, well, she called to check on you, and I knew the last name, but I didn't know she was your daughter. And I said, well, you know Dawn? And she said, I'm a nurse and I'm alive today because of your daughter, Dawn. And I went, excuse me? And she said, which is next slide, we'll go with it. She was part of the SPAT program, which Mercer House and the National Natrona County Suicide Prevention Task Force has a SPAT program, which is the Suicide Prevention Awareness Team, which is a group of kids that go out with suicide survivors and they tell the story. My daughter Dawn did that in Natrona County for several schools. I think it should become statewide. I wish it would. We tried to do it in some other counties, move it out. There's resistance. People think if you talk about suicide, it makes you suicidal. I don't believe that's the case. I think it makes people, if you know that there's hope afterwards, that they aren't suicidal. I don't believe we had to fight for a couple of memorial things for our son, Matt. It was a hard fight, but I don't believe that that causes those things. I think that there are things that work. They work, they're proven to work. We just need to all get behind them and do them. The QPR training, we do it at our company. I think it does save lives and it makes a difference. The Suicide Prevention Task Force that goes out in Natrona County, Lance Nyberger goes and tells this story every single day about his 16-year-old son. And it makes a difference. You can't, unless you've gone and sat in one of those classrooms and you see the kids line up who asked to talk to somebody afterwards, I know it makes a difference. It makes a difference every single day. And it isn't impossible to do. We now have the 988 suicide lines, which are extremely important as well. I'm glad that it's back in Wyoming and it's answered in Wyoming. I think that when it left Wyoming and went so that people were answering it in Florida or other places, and not against Florida, but Florida is not exactly like Alaska and Wyoming, where the situations are not the same. And you need somebody who's local, who understands it, who can get your understanding. So that's part of my message, is to help somebody make a safe. And I think it can either a suicide in your life can, most people, actually the percentage is really high of divorces afterwards. I think our marriage is stronger than it was before that, because we decided we were going to survive and make a difference and save some lives. And I believe we've done that.
Thank you so much for that, Jan. And now we'll move on to Representative Washut. He joined the Wyoming Legislature in 2018, representing District 36 in Natrona County. Representative Washut serves as the Vice Chairman of the Joint Judiciary Committee, where his previous background in law enforcement and current position teaching criminal justice, political science, and addictionology classes help inform the work he does for the state of Wyoming and for all of us. In 2021, he recommended a budget amendment that allowed support for the first ever First Responder Health and Wellness Conference, which took place in Casper this summer in August. Representative Washut.
Thank you. Just want to extend my thanks to Cindy for inviting us to be here today. I think it's a very important topic, and I think the Business Alliance does a tremendous service to the people of Wyoming by bringing topics like this to the forefront and getting people to speak about them. I got passionate about this issue a little over a year ago when probably the most popular member of the Casper Police Department, Lieutenant Danny Dundas, committed suicide. And to their credit, both the police department and Danny's family courageously stepped forward and acknowledged his cause of death. And that allowed for that open conversation to occur. Far too often, these cases occur and they become whispers around the water cooler and conversations held in hushed tones. And that's not what we need with this issue. We need open and candid conversations. And it really struck me how this one suicide affected the workplace. Because a few days after, maybe a week after Danny's death, we normally host the local version of the National Coffee with a Cop Day at Casper College. And law enforcement officers from a variety of agencies come on campus and enjoy a cup of coffee with students, faculty, staff, and community members. And as we approach Coffee with a Cop Day, the Casper Police Department notified me that they would not be able to participate. And that really gave me pause, because we're talking about a large organization and people who deal with crisis a lot. And yet this suicide had rattled that organization. It had shaken them to the point where coming out and enjoying a cup of coffee and some conversation was not possible. Think about your own organizations. How much would a suicide of perhaps your most popular employee impact your workforce? What would that do to the productivity of your operations? And in the aftermath of Danny's suicide, his widow Annie called me and asked me if she and I could get together and talk about some policy ideas. And I met with her, and what a courageous and wonderful young woman she is. And she told me that not only was she concerned about our first responders and the crisis that some of them find themselves in, but also their spouses. And she told me how many dozens of phone calls she had received from the spouses of officers and firefighters and others. And she said in a very clear tone, they don't want to be me. They don't want to be me. And that really was one of those poignant comments. It just kind of hit me in the gut. And so it really brought me to the table of being a policymaker, which is why Cindy asked me to be here today to talk about policy making in the aftermath of these events. And so my time is running short, but I just want to say that the best way to get policymakers, whether we're talking county commissioners, city council members, state legislators, agency personnel, trying to get those people on board, I think is for you all to be policy shapers. We may be the policy makers, but you can be the policy shapers by contacting us, inviting us to see the world that you see, to see the world that you experience every day in your workforce. And that brings a level of awareness to your policymakers so that when we then meet in our official capacities, we have more than just empathy. We have some knowledge, we have some understanding that will help guide our decisions. And so I think those invitations are probably the most important thing. All of your organizations, you see job stress, you see employees who are on the edge, you see coworkers who are struggling. Help us see those same pictures so we can make better policy.
This is a question we'd like all of you to speak to.
Go ahead.
Are we okay?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think is the best way for the business community to effectuate change related to mental well-being? And we'll just, Judge, let's start with you.
Well, thanks. Part of the reason we do this drug court is to get people's lives changed, to break that cycle of addiction. That means getting their life back in order, getting educated, having a job, reestablishing relationships with their family that they've cut ties with or lost over because of their addiction. Our business partners that we work with need to be, understanding about, drug and alcohol testing, sobriety meetings, going to review courts. What you get out of it is a clean and sober and usually harder working employee doing their jobs better. And they see that success and they build on it. And I can't tell you how many people we've seen that have said, I've got my life back, I got my children back, I own things now. And they're really proud of that. But it took some employers to help get through that addiction recovery program to make that happen.
I think that business has to understand that this affects every business. This isn't about somebody that's out of a job, that's not, there's productive people and you don't even know that under the line, then they're going to take their own life. And as business owners, we tend to focus on the things that especially on the legislative side that matter to your business. Being a highway contractor for 40 years, everything's about funding for highways. And I go to my members of the Associated General Contractors of Wyoming all the time and say we should champion things that have nothing to do with what we really do, but matter to the state as a whole. And every time the legislative committee looks at me like, what are you talking about? And these things like preventing suicides and dealing with mental health affects every business, big and small, and funding is one of the problems. It's the low hanging fruit. And every time that we go through a downturn like we just did a few years ago, and they cut tons of money out of the health department, and some of the first money to go was for mental health and suicide awareness, and maybe some of those programs weren't being managed as good as they possibly could be, or the right approach. But you can't just take the funding and then when times are good, add some funding back in and expect us to get out of the #1 slot.
Danny Dundas, I served on committees with him and he also was the officer that responded with Matt. So I know Danny Dundas very well. He's one of those that you just wouldn't think that would be him. He's also the face of suicide. Nick McMurray is also the face of suicide, which people would not have thought that was possible either. Suicide does not discriminate. And like Brad said, it affects every person in this room. Wyoming is #1. And that I guarantee you, everybody in this room, after I spoke last year, standing up in the audience, I had several people come up to me afterwards in tears because they'd never talked about it. They'd never talked about that nephew that it took his life because the stigma was there. The stigma's got to go away. It affects us all. It's just part of, we need to be better. We just need to be better. Join in and be better.
I think the most important thing to remember about change is it's a team effort. And all your policymakers work in teams. Your legislature, your county commissioners, your city councilmen. And so it takes a majority vote to make things happen. We work in teams. And so I think from all of you, what policymakers look for is a unified voice wherever possible, that gets behind an issue. I really love the idea of having, the Capitol Club, the lobbyists at the legislature talk to me about things other than their primary business interest, They have the realtors come in and say, hey, let's talk about suicide prevention. Wouldn't that be a change, But I think what kills a lot of the initiatives that come before the legislature is when there is disagreement and discord between factions of people on the same, who should be on the same side. But one group wants the money to go here, another group wants the money to go over here. One group says this is the best approach. The other group says, they're crazy. That's not the right approach. And when that happens, policymakers tend to just hit the pause button, right? Because we don't have a clear path forward. And I know that when we talk about suicide for a new mom, or suicide for a first responder, or suicide for a elderly person with cancer, the dynamics are going to be different, right? They're going to be different things, they're going to be different needs, perhaps even different causes. But wherever possible, the more unified the voice that's calling for change or calling for funding, the greater the likelihood you will see the change and you will receive the funding.
Well, as our time together draws to a close, this opportunity for this brief conversation about what's next, Wyoming, I think has been very insightful. And as far as some of the gaps that, I just kind of ask everyone as we wrap up to add to this list that I've started in case I've missed anything, but one of the things before I move on to the gaps, as far as to Representative Washet's point, that it's really upon us to be those policy shapers, is on Monday, you can have a chance to help shape some policy, and you can have a chance to hopefully get behind something that would have a common thread for many, if not all of us in this room. It is through some extraordinary work that we were able to work with our Wyoming legislature to secure some temporary funding for the 988 suicide hotline in Wyoming. We didn't have one before. We've built one slowly over time. Well, this issue is up before the Joint Revenue Committee on Monday morning at 9:15 in Cheyenne. So if what you have not heard today has not convinced you that there is a desire and need to make sure that we have some resources to be able to help one another, be able to have that outlet in a moment of crisis, I don't know what else can. So please talk to your elected officials, your legislators, particularly those, if this is something that you feel strongly about, we'll be having a conversation around what the funding could and should look like next Monday. So I just throw that out there as an example if somebody's wanting to take that next step, because to Mrs. Cundy's point, we've been talking about this and talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. Now is a time for us to start really acting on it. And she also was this is something I think about her words to me when we were preparing for this session today. This monster's around every corner for every one of us. Really think about that. It knows no socioeconomic status, barrier, gender, religion, age, ethnicity. This is something that unfortunately everyone has that in common. It could affect anyone, anywhere, anytime. And so that's why I think it's probably something, again, to Representative Washet's point, to say pretty easy to form some common ground on. So some of the gaps that I've taken notes on and that I would like to continue to build upon action as opposed to just conversation is expansion of drug courts, expansion of QPR training, trying to find some answers as far as stabilizing some of the volatility in funding, because it is times that we often see like maybe take one step forward and then two steps back. And, these aren't the kind of situations that come to conclusion in a week or a month or even one budget cycle. It's an ongoing conversation. Executive training. I thought the other panel discussion was really insightful as far as the need to set that example, to have that ability for others to model your own behavior. come in with the sun shining, finding ways to help your team be, share that moment of gratitude with your team. So that executive training, peer-to-peer support on how to build those trainings. I like you, would like more. I'm sure there's no right or wrong answer on how to do this. And so to have a network of peers to maybe bounce ideas off of is maybe a gap that we could easily fill together as an outgrowth of some of these conversations. So that's what my list looks like. And I just, as we close, if there was anything in additional that you would share with the audience as far as ideas to add to that gaps analysis list that we might want to continue to build upon for the future, I welcome that comment back from the panel. Right now. Right now.
Something that it wasn't able to get into a little bit is expansion of drug courts or treatment courts, DUI courts, veteran courts, mental health courts. Mental health is increasing as an issue for the courts, and we don't have the resources to deal with it. We see more requests for not failure, failure to proceed because of competency, not guilty by reason of mental illness. Decades ago, it was rare you'd see those kind of findings, but now they're pretty common, and they are a strain on the resources for Department of Health and the Wyoming State Hospital. We're all in the process right now of developing our drug court, which includes DUI and veteran courts. As to once you deal with the addiction, we're dealing more and more with mental health. And our counselors are becoming more than just addictionologists. We're bringing in mental health counselors. And it's once you clear up one thing, you'll find there's a lot of other things, whether it's depression, self-esteem, and other mental health issues. But those are what's coming up, what we're going to be dealing with.
Thank you, Judge. Anyone else?
I think one of the most important things we need to do is start this education younger. I think it needs to be in the schools young, so maybe we'll avoid some of those drug court issues. Hopefully, if you can get some of that done sooner. I think mental health affects everyone, and it's young people that if hopefully you get them young and you help that before it gets worse, you're going to avoid some of the other issues later in life.
If you haven't had the opportunity or weren't present when Dr. Robert Anda addressed the governor's summit on mental health a month ago, the video is available online. I encourage everyone to watch that. Dr. Anda is an expert in adverse childhood experiences and how those childhood experiences tend to compound. And when we find kids who've had 4 or more of those adverse childhood experiences, they're overrepresented in virtually every category of the social issues. And they're overrepresented in suicide. They're overrepresented in delinquency and criminal activity. They're overrepresented in substance abuse over and over and over. So if you don't have anything else on your plate, even if you have a ton of stuff on your plate, make room to go watch that video with Dr. Anders. I think he gives us a vocabulary of things to talk about and the ability to move forward. Thank you.
Any final comments, me? Last word.
Final comments from me. No, I think that this day has been fantastic, and we've heard so many possible solutions today, from things that employers can do in their businesses to enhance their workplace and to support their employees, to programs that are available for social emotional well-being in our after-school programs and also in school so that we can start with younger people. QPR training, employers, any of you who haven't had the opportunity yet to train your employees with QPR, you should just make a plan to do that and embed it into your organization. And really, by all using the same vocabulary, going back to what Representative Washut said, speaking with a common voice and becoming policy shapers, we do have the ability to cut through some of this dissent, which kind of boils down incredibly important issues in this state to a matter of whether or not we have funding for next year. Wyoming has the capacity to raise revenue, and that is something that we need to remember. We're not in a box with a limited amount of resources, and that's all we have. And so if we want to solve this problem, we can solve this problem.
Thank you. Well, it is certainly the intent of the Wyoming Business Alliance to continue to push on with this discussion with our leaders in the businesses around the state to keep this conversation alive, well, and moving forward. Our Vice Chairman, Rob Hendry, is here today. He's one of the leaders who remain committed to this topic, as many other of our over 400 plus members who feel so strongly about this and really wanted us to pursue its standalone space in our conference schedule for that. So speaking of conference schedule, I want to thank everyone who came today to join us. For those of you that are registered for the Wyoming, for the Governor's Business Forum, you can pick your badges up at 6 o'clock over in the Gateway Center across the street. There'll be a reception for you. If you are not registered, you are not able to join us. This is for a registered guest list happening over at 6 o'clock. You'll need to go pick your badges up for the next few days of our sessions. So this day would not have been possible again without our wonderful sponsors. So I really want you to look at that screen and thank, everybody, the Hughes Foundation, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Wyoming Humanities Council, and Wyoming Community Foundations. So with that, we are adjourned for today, and I want to thank you all for your time and attention. Thank you, panel. Thank you, panel.
Let's definitely follow it. But, what's sad, it's a matter of sad, it's an outcome that you have a whole group of it's getting worse far right. But, they don't want to and it's like John Ferrer. He's got that guy's never and it's a sad thing because, it's like